Okay, dear guests, we kindly ask you to take your seats. Okay, dear guests, so we will start in a minute, so please take your seats. Good morning, everyone. Happy to see you in this hall. And we're about to begin our recovery tourism industry summer in restoration innovations and hospitality summit. That is National Touristic Summit of Ukraine. The event is taking place within the framework of our program of international cooperation, EU for Business, recovery and competitionability and internationalization, and it is funded together with the European Union and the government of Germany, and is being implemented by the German federal company GIZ. I will do small pauses since we have simultaneous translation going on, and all the speakers, everyone who is about to deliver a speech, and the panel discussion participants will kindly ask to do a small pauses while you deliver your speeches, since the simultaneous translation is available. So, in terms of the EU for Business program, it is heading towards the support of economical sustainability and recovery and growth of Ukraine, as well as to create better conditions for the development of small size and middle sized Ukrainian businesses enterprises, and to support the innovations and export. Currently, we have to keep in mind that we have many of our colleagues, many of our friends, family members. Many of our family members are right now defending our country. That is why many of us are right now defending our country, unfortunately deceased because of this. And before we are about to begin our official part, what I kindly ask you is to commemorate the memory of those who deceased with a minute of silence. Thank you for that, and glory to Ukraine. So, for the welcoming word, I would kindly ask Oleg Nemchinov, the Minister of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and Mr. Oleg is about to pop up on our screen. So, good morning, everyone. I hope that this very summit is an extremely important step of support of Ukraine from the side of our international partners, and a very important signal for the whole branch that, under conditions of the combat warfare going on, has to re-equip and refocus its ability for rehabilitation of our military servicemen, of our IDPs, and the challenges that we are facing right now is precisely that very moment when we have to discuss, as well as how one can implement that. Thank you to our partners, to our colleagues who came to this very event, and to those who is about to join us perhaps online. And I wish you all to have a pretty good success with this event. Thank you. Currently, the next welcoming word floor is about to be given to Sergei Derkach, the Deputy of the Minister of the Community and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine. So I guess there are some technical issues going on right now, so it means that we will shift Mr. Derkach a little bit. Perhaps we will still be able to hear that. And for the welcoming word, I would like to give the floor to Maxim Kozitsky, the head of Lviv Regional Military Administration. Please give him a round of applause. Glory to Ukraine. I will be offline. Dear Miss Julia and Mr. Eastman, Miss Mariana, Andrei, dear guests, those who are present here, it is an honor for Lviv region, for Lviv itself, to host touristic summit here. A great thanks to our foreign partners who joined us. That's just another proof that even during war times, we are ready for openness and for tourism. It is important for us to develop this very branch since it has always been there on the top 5 branches that was the cornerstone of our area. I'm proud that Lviv region, if we're talking about um, touristic incomes, it grows. This is always done due to obviously armed forces of Ukraine, to our defenders, males and females. We bow low to them for them to hold their lines. And the challenges that we are having during war times, obviously they exist. That's another possibility to credit, to do the new investments, to involve foreign tourists who unfortunately are not coming to Ukraine that much. But I'm thankful to Ukrainian touristic center for belief in their own country, for the investments to continue to come to Ukraine. And we strongly believe that after our victory, Lviv region and Ukraine will be one of the main touristic branches on the map of Europe. And the challenges, obviously, that's the accessibility. A huge thanks to the First Lady that she raises these questions for the completely new level. We have to be ready for people who have some peculiarities, for people with disabilities, and we have to be able to intake them and their families. For us, it is important to open up the airport. On each international meeting, we emphasize that opening of the airport is on one side means the closure of the sky above Ukraine. On the other side, it's a huge possibility for foreign investors and foreign tourists to see what Ukraine is like. That's another possibility for people to continue traveling, and that's a possibility to understand that distance, say from Lviv to London, is approximately the same as the distance from Lviv to Donetsk. That we are a very huge country and we are dreaming about our victory. Thank you all for each of you who is developing the branch here in Lviv region. That's a very prospective branch, and I strongly believe that together we will be able to achieve victory, and tourists will be able to see how beautiful Ukraine is. Great, thanks for that. Thank you, Mr. Maxim. Also, dear speakers, would kindly ask to do small pauses since since everything I clearly get it because this was from the bottom of your soul. Because about Lviv region, about inclusivity, about the area, that's indeed very important questions to raise. I would like to give the floor right now to Mr. Deputy of Lviv City Mayor Andriy Moskalenko. Dear highly regarded guests of our town, dear highly regarded members of this summit who on different positions, both from a national level to up to hotel leaders, regional branches leaders, to everyone who is present here. If I would be talking about, say, if we roll back a little bit for more than 2 years ago, I would be saying that the strategy of a town, of our city, it was written there, the development of the IT, BPO, hospitality industry development, that hospitality industry is going through mice pass, that we have more than 1 billion hryvnias only from mice industry. That's what we can find out from the conferences. But this all was at the moment before the full-scale invasion. We would be obviously saying the same about that we crossed the line of more than 2 million guests in our town, in our city, about the fact that we are testing and probing and working with hotels about how one can intake tourists from the east, what kind of peculiarities should there be, and this all we had this. The full-scale invasion changed a lot of things, but truth be told, on the other side, it showed the robustness of those priority branches. If IT branch right now is to the biggest extent, well, we cannot say this publicly and we don't do that, but we clearly understand that it has changed a lot and grew into defense technology. And for that, a great thanks for those who is involved into this. So the hospitality branch has shown itself from the other side. Today, Lviv and Lviv region and many hotel complexes, many recreational areas became a very important locations for rehabilitation. If we're talking about Lviv precisely, today in the city, rehabilitation center unbroken. There is more than 90% of wounded. They are from other towns. We have Christina Levitt here, who is the head of the city department of tourists. It seems to me last year or the previous or the year before that, when we tried to probe out such a very easy thing that doesn't cost almost anything in comparison to huge challenges that we have, that's something small. But we started to talk to veterans who were wounded, who were in the hospitals, and we were trying to understand the idea. Okay, you are brought here to the town. You are here in the hospital. Did you see the town itself? Do you know what kind of city this is? And we started to discover the town for them. And the truth be told, for them, while showing them, giving them the nickel tours around. And while walking the streets of Lviv, while walking Rynok Square, while entering different cafes for taking a coffee break, while walking the streets that are typical for tourists, the way we planned it to be, or the streets that were for us when we are coming out from work and going to A point to B point. In such a way, a lot of things started to develop. And the issue that was already raised by Mr. Maxim today is the issue of accessibility. We have implemented a separately designated person on the accessibility matters, and today it is about the work with many people who are present here. It's about enterprises transformation. It's about different restaurants and reformation. And over here we have a special guest here who will be talking about accessibility. But truth be told, thanks to all who non-administratively starts to change a lot, and to those who do that because they understand, because there shouldn't be a way that one VC should be a regular one and another one should be with accessibility perks. They should be equal for them. That's the first thing when we're talking about dignity. Today, a lot of things change. A lot of branches have transformed. And I think that today the whole world is looking at how the tourist branch has been transformed. Tourist branch is definitely in Ukraine and Lviv will intake its record amount of events. Next year, Lviv will have a status of the European youth capital. That's a challenge for which our country, our region, our area has been fighting for 4 years. After the fourth one, we won, and that's another peculiarity, possibility to establish lots of bridges. Today, for example, we signed up another partnership with Frankfurt Town City, with a huge financial capital, and that's another moment by in what means we are establishing our collaboration and co-working. Only by being strong and robust, we will be able to take over and win. Thanks to Armed Forces of Ukraine, thanks to all of you who are present here, and glory to Ukraine. I would like to give the floor right now to Mariana Oleskiev, the head of the State Agency on Development of Tourism. Please give her a round of applause. Dear colleagues, I'm welcoming you all here. Thanks to all our highly regarded guests, to foreign partners, to our friends, and to Ukrainian industry for the fact that we are here. And despite everything that we are talking about the development of our branch of hospitality, because hospitality itself is, I think, one of our well, that's our code as Ukrainians. And as Ukrainians, we take in our guests in a very hospitable way when they bring kindness to us, when they come to us with open soul. But at the same time, we are fighting for our land robustly when enemies come to us because we want to take people in with peace. Today, it is really hard to talk about tourism in Ukraine when our best sons, daughters are dying for our freedom. At the same time, we have to remain strong here. We have to continue working and to continue paying taxes to support our economy in order to in order for us to have something for what at the cost of what we will be sustaining our defense forces. A great thanks to all representatives of our industry that right now are there in the east fighting for our land. That's both our friend, colleague, co-worker of our agency, Yuri Zhereptsov, who's been for the third year in a row there at the very front line, and he did this choice voluntarily from the first days of war. And for these 2 years, he has a child born, and for 2 years of his life, he saw his child only 5 days. And that's the reality of our people who are working in all the branches. and our branch is not an exception. However, we continue to do that. We are fighting. They are there, and we are here, and we are fighting for Ukraine to be free, open for the whole world, and for us to be able to show our beautiful land, our beautiful country to all foreign guests. That is why it is a big honor for me, especially to have here present, especially our main key players of our sphere. And it's a big honor for me, and would kindly ask to do a little speech, even though we will be talking about this more detailed during panel discussion, but would like to emphasize one of the most important personalities in the tourism, a woman who is opening up the main touristic events, and we have an honor that today our little bit shy event, but has should be opened by Julia Simpson, the president and CEO of World Travel and Tourism Council. Julia.
Dobre ranuk. It's I had to go onto the internet and listen to a lovely Ukrainian lady in New York tell me how to say that. But it is a great honor and privilege to be with you today. My name is Julia Simpson. I represent the World Travel and Tourism Council, 200 of the top CEOs and investors in the private sector across the whole of the world. First of all, I must please say I am here, I feel privileged, I feel honored, but I also feel a deep tragedy into the core of all of our hearts for what Ukraine and the sons and the daughters of Ukraine are suffering today. And I bring you the warmth and peace hopes for the future from not just my own country, the UK, but from all our members globally. So thank you. I would also like to thank Mariana, who I met as I travel around the world. She has been the most incredible advocate and for Ukraine, and has been putting on the world stage the issues that you are dealing with. And she does it with great eloquence and also with great passion, and also using a lot of data and intelligence. She is highly respected globally, and I would like to thank you for your work that you're doing for the Ukraine and for our sector. I'm going to be saying this in a minute, but Ukraine actually had a very, very thriving travel and tourism business. In 2019, there was almost 513 of your local billions of your local currency, which I won't try to pronounce, but that's about 15.3 billion US dollars. And it represented a significant proportion of your GDP. Which was really important. And it also, about 7% of people in the Ukraine worked in travel and tourism. There's one thing I've learned about travel and tourism. It's one of the most resilient sectors you will ever find. And if we ever needed to find resilience, we can find it here with the people of Ukraine. So I have every belief that when you have won this war, your travel and tourism sector will be even stronger. And I hope that we will stand shoulder to shoulder with you to support you in that endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. And now, currently, we have somebody online with us from Kyiv, the Deputy of a Minister of the Development of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure of Ukraine, Mr. Serhiy Derkach, who is ready to welcome us all. Mr. Serhiy, do you hear us? Almost. I would say almost. So, Mr. Sergey, we are ready. Dear colleagues, do you hear me? Super. Okay, colleagues, I'm happy to welcome you all at this very important event that we are having for Ukraine. From the position of a ministry, I would like to say that for Ukraine in general and for the government, it is very important to develop the touristic sector, even today, even during full-scale war, because the issue of economy is extremely important for victory, for support of our armed forces, and obviously for the support of our people, because tourism is primarily is about economy, and secondly, it is also about people, and about people who can have a businesses and to create quality like business in Ukraine. And secondly, is about people who have the rights for recreation, for rest, and obviously, definitely, right now in Ukraine, the tourism internal tourism, we see that it is still being developed in some regions, and we have to support and favor that. Besides all of this, would like to mention that ministry is strategically looking at the question of an idea of tourism. And we clearly understand that after the full-scale invasion, that strategy that was worked through by the country for the tourist development became irrelevant, since we have a completely new challenge with which we have to work in the long-term perspective and short-term perspective. That is why right now we are working towards the creation of a strategy for now and for the development of the tourism as itself during wartime. That is why we are urging all the participants of the market, we are urging all the representatives of NGOs to join these very initiatives for the creation of strategy of development and to work hand in hand for the victory. Also, I would like to mention what is important for us as a state. It is important in terms of the development of the support of entrepreneurship activity is the digitalization of all the processes. When we are looking forward launching today about these days about the unified touristic register that will help us in terms of tourism to help business much more quicker and faster to create businesses, to develop businesses, for us as for the state to receive all the statistical data for us to be able to quality like design the strategy ahead. That is why, dear colleagues, let us do that. Let us work together. Let us work towards victory, and definitely we will bring the tourism on the same level of as other sectors of economies that are the same important for the life of the whole country. I would like also to thank to our colleagues who came to us from abroad, because for us it is important to feel your support, and for us, for as the governmental workers and for the business representatives and for irregular rank and file civilians in Ukraine. That is why I thank you all for you joining this kind of events offline, that you have the gallantry to come to Ukraine. And I hope that today's discussion will be very fruitful and fertile and will be another step for the speeding up of the whole processes of development of businesses in Ukraine. Thank you, colleagues, and have a very fruitful day.
Thank you very much. So as we continue our words of greetings, and I call to the floor Irina Sedlesk, who is the president of Association of Hotels and Resorts of Ukraine. Uh, Greetings to you, dear colleagues. I want to be brief and to say the main words. It is my understanding that today is a very important day. For the first time in my life, I see such a high concentration of small and middle-sized business, of hospitality, representatives of our government, representative of executive branch, of various foreign organizations, and surely because of this, we will help develop our small and middle-sized business in the hospitality. And in the recent years, I see this dialogue is getting more effective, and it is our task, since I represent the Association of Hotels. So we should continue to go on. We should develop the economy of Ukraine, and of course, we want to count on the government that we will get help. The main purpose of this summit is our integration into international society. I'm grateful to Julius and Marcus, and by their presence, they demonstrate that they are ready to welcome us as members of tourism international business. Of course, I definitely want to thank you for business program and also the government of Germany, the GZ company, thanks to whom we have such an event as we have today. And this is also the way for them to demonstrate support of Ukraine. I'm very grateful to you, and I'm hoping for a fruitful dialogue. Thank you very much. So I invite to the floor Anda Hadachuk, the head of the program renewal of competitiveness for GZ Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. Greetings to all of you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to represent a German federal company, GZ, who is embodying one of its major projects. You might not know, but GZ works in more than 100 countries of the world. And in Ukraine, GZ office works since 1993. And right now there are about 50 projects in Ukraine. Our program of international cooperation is about implementation of projects working with Ukraine and also helping small and middle-sized business to get to a market. It is being implemented by, funded by German government and implemented by GSM. The main purpose of our team is support and also economical stability, sustainability of Ukrainian businesses, and also promoting innovations and exports. Our main partner is Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, and we work in the area of national economical system, and we want to promote the free economy, work cooperation with European Union in order to help our businessmen. We have developed a program in 5 various vectors, 5 components, so that in maximal way we can include the maximum number of people. We want to help various branches of Ukrainian government to help their businesses so that Ukraine would be successful in exporting goods into European markets, and also helping the local governing bodies, and also working on infrastructure, also development of organizations that will help the local businesses. We work with various businesses and foundations in every region of Ukraine. We have partners, also the office that supports the exports, and this is for us to be able to unite theoretical knowledge and practically support, financially support, giving grants, providing grants and loans. Our main results are, you can see them over here. Those are results for 2023. We will have results for this year in June of this year. Over 25,000 people have participated in various training sessions. In order for me not to waste time, I want to read about the results of our work. Here are 5 vectors and components of our work. Our main goal is unite theoretical and practical knowledge. It's consulting for small and middle-sized business, to unite them with practical meetings, participation in various forums and other events, and also that they would receive grants, financial assistance, or loans through the banks. We are impressed with the results that our businessmen achieve because of our programs and our assistance. Many of those who were just beginning their work, they have received major logistic and export plans. We put special emphasis on women in business. We understand that we live in a time of this horrible war mobilization, and our men have been protecting our country, women as well. But we put emphasis on women in businesses, and we have achieved good results in supporting women in ministry. That's about promoting and expanding our efforts. Also, we are supporting young businessmen, basically not young in age, but those who have started their business not long ago. We provide them with opportunities to get training outside. About 20 businessmen studied for 2 weeks in Germany that help them in business management, also in the area of export. I'm going back to clusters. Talking about clusters, about industrial clusters, Lviv region, Lviv city and oblast administrations, they are among the best in promoting development of clusters in Ukraine. What do you mean cluster? Cluster is some branch union of number of businesses so that their products would be competitive. And the cluster is the association of business unions. That's what we can understand. And today, it is my honor that we can support the Association of Hotels and Resorts of Ukraine. And this one is also one step in supporting Ukraine. We understand that since the beginning of the war, hospitality was not among our priorities, but we understand that after visiting a number of countries and signing agreements with a number of organizations, today is the event which is the next step in helping to promote and develop the industry of tourism. Our program supports over 60 clusters and more than 600 business are involved in this. There are various organizations, businesses, and it's about participation in European activities, talking about grants. That's only one of the parts of our ministry. Over 1,000 businessmen have received sums of money for promoting their work. In 2022, our country has received a candidate to the European Union, and the end of last year, European Commission has decided to start negotiations about Ukraine entering European Union. And this year, there was a plan called Ukraine Facility. We're talking about 50 billion euros. This is about implementing reforms that will become a foundation for renewal and growth of economy and its faster integration into European Union. And joining our efforts, and by doing everything that we can make possible, we will reach that success. I am truly very glad that I can participate in this event. I wish all of you a very productive day, positive communications, and great results. Thank you, Anna. I will excuse myself to remind the agenda of our summit. We have 5 panel discussions today, many speakers from various countries and from various cities of Ukraine. Our goal is to develop businesses supporting small and middle-sized business. We are going to talk about painful issues of accessibility because cities should provide services to all kinds of citizens. We have to discuss about categorization of hotels, about creating new register and why it is important. And I believe our foreign partners will share their experience and they will talk about that. That's why I suggest that we would continue. First of all, let's thank to the city of Lviv for its hospitality, for this wonderful historical European Ukrainian European city. Thank you, Lviv. And we will invite to our first panel discussions the participants of our meeting. First panel discussion is about the path to the yes integration of Ukraine into European touristic sphere. I invite Mariana Leskiv, who is the head of State Agency of Tourism Development. Thank you, colleagues. I also invite into our discussion participants, Julie Simpson, Evgenia Kravchuk, who is Deputy of Ukraine, Matrona Leto, who is also the Parliament Deputy, Ishtwand he's Deputy of European Parliament, and Marco Lutze, who is the President of Hotel Stars Union. I think we used a little bit too much time, so
I will ask the first question for you about now Ukraine is mostly, of course, associated with war, and but you are here in Lviv. You were here yesterday in the evening. You've seen the city, more or less, life of people, and outside the front line, we're working on our future plans, and also about when we can welcome our international tourists, I hope soon, but we don't know the date. What do you think our world tourism industry, when they should start thinking, when should we send the messages to start thinking about investing in Ukraine hospitality industry, about planning their work here in Ukraine? And what signals, what should we do now in order to receive tourists who will spend money, who will help our economy recover in post-war period?
Mariana, thank you very much. First, as I said earlier, resilience is the middle name for Ukrainians at the moment. And actually, now is the time to start building and rebuilding for the future in tourism. First, I would say that the businesses that came out very well after COVID pandemic were the tourism businesses that had used the time to invest in their infrastructure. Ukraine has many wonderful aspects. You have a beautiful cultural heritage. I'm just looking at Lviv now. It's beautiful. You have the arts, opera, ballet. I was talking earlier today about street art, and Banksy came to do a piece of art. You have a most incredible countryside, your mountains. And so there's a lot of very good, if I could call it, basic products. And your gastronomy, last night I was a guest at the most incredible restaurant here and ate some of the best food in my life. So we need to get investors here now. I think if we can get the airport opened at Lviv, that would send a very powerful signal. The other key trends at the moment is luxury and wellness and sustainability. You have a lot of slightly older spa properties that would definitely build very strongly on the luxury wellness. And we were talking earlier about trying to invite those investors that are interested in those properties. So I would definitely say that. And I would also keep getting the story of the Ukraine out there in the media. It's absolutely critical. Many other countries have come out of terrible wars and had the most successful tourism economies. So I want you to believe in that. A country I went to recently was Rwanda, that had 30 years ago terrible genocide, completely different from what is happening here. But nevertheless, you would not believe how successful its tourism sector is now. But it did the work almost during the war. So that's what we have to do.
Thank you so much. And continuing this question, I also would like to ask the question probably for all the speakers. So this is like a brief answer, and then we'll move to more detailed questions. What do you think, both Ukrainian and international guests, how we, I mean, Ukraine is basically abroad associated mostly with the war destination, with war in general. And Evgenia, you're traveling a lot around the world representing Ukrainian parliament. What do people, how do they see Ukraine, and what messages should we send? What messages should we develop all together to send that, of course, there is a war, and we all know it, but it's not the war destination. We don't want Ukraine to be in the field of tourism, a war destination. People support Ukraine. How we can, what messages we need to send in order to transform this support into actually tourism flows so that economy will recover, so businesses will develop, new businesses will be opened in Ukraine, small, medium, large, people will invest here. Because well, why I'm asking, I see a lot of comparison to these very different countries that look very differently than Ukraine, and people normally suggest us to plan our recovery based on some other experience with other countries is very different here. I think every war is different. So like your thoughts about it, Evgenia, maybe you can start and then...
Should I answer in English?
Можна українською, можемо перейти на українську.
Yeah, we can switch into. Та, по-перше,
For coming to Ukraine. We hope you will discover other regions, not just Lviv, but we have, I mean, Ukraine is so big that each region is like a small European country that does have its own specialities. Відповідаючи, I'll switch to Ukrainian, so you will have time to use the headset.
будь ласка, надягніть свої навушники. So I will jump on this opportunity even though it's international forum. However, I will be talking in Ukrainian. Obviously, the first question that pops to my mind is, to which we have to find an answer to, is what is Ukraine right now in terms of understanding of the international community, in terms of people who think, want, plan to come to Ukraine. Now, as a matter of fact, we are forming out our own brand. It is obviously been formed out by the armed forces of Ukraine, and we are greatly thankful for the chance for us to be able to assemble here to do this forum. And obviously, we are thankful to you all because you are the taxpayers that are heading towards the support of our armed forces and heading towards the ability of us to defend our freedom. But all in all, the world is right now discovering Ukraine right now. Ukraine has always been like a small post-Soviet country, very close to Russia, and precisely this very war as a war for the identity. And tourism is opening up this identity and opening up in many aspects and ways through the towns and cities that the tourists can take a look at. And here it is important the treatment of communities to these towns and cities, how they treat them, how they respect them, how they know the history of this or that place or archaeological cultural inheritance, how they treat that. But obviously, at the same time, these have to do with things that, say, for example, clothes that we have on, kitchen, cuisine that we have, that definitely differs from one region to another one and have their own peculiarities. That's another. What kind of impressions will these people bring back to their countries? And obviously, we have to take into account the factor of war and the factor of memorialization. That's very important since countries who went through these kinds of wars, such tragedies, such conflicts that we are going through right now. As a matter of fact, like a genocide, and I was in Rwanda a year ago, and we have to go through this phase of recovery with a clear understanding what what these towns and cities will be delivering not only to Ukrainians but to the whole world. And another example is Kyiv region and the strategy designed there. And we, as the Committee on Humanitarian Policies, we joined those efforts, and the first memorial complexes in Bucha, in Irpin were opened. And trust me, obviously, that people and foreigners will definitely would like to come to take a look at Bucha, to take a look at Kyiv, at the capital, and at other regions, at Kharkiv, who is right now under huge shell and bombardment. I will not be talking about everything I wanted to deliver. I will leave it to the next round of questions. But to wrap up, since it has to do with it, I have a little present for Julia. That is from a Browning, I guess. That is from the machine gun, colored in. Yeah, it's a shell from the machine gun. And отже, це просто є символ, наскільки унікальна є Україна, і яким чином ми тримаємося нашої ідентичності, навіть тоді, коли ракети пролетають над нашими головами. Yes, colleagues, and would also kindly ask you to talk a little bit slower since we have a simultaneous translation and these linguists do not make it on time to deliver your thoughts. So if you can comment on this one as a head of the profile committee, there is a new round of questions, but also would be interesting to listen to the thoughts and opinions of other colleagues. Okay, thank you. I would like to briefly greet our highly regarded guests. Great thanks for you to come to Ukraine. That's a pretty good signal to the whole world that Ukraine is different and that tourism is living and developing itself. Thank you for coming to Ukraine. Today, each highly regarded guest who comes to Ukraine to Parliament and delivers a speech in a Parliament is emphasizing the fact that the world is impressed to what extent fast Ukraine is joining the legislation of European Union and does steps towards this direction, despite the war and despite those moments that are the distractions to do that. The law of Ukraine on tourism is also has a European integrational character. That's another step of Ukraine to European legislation for us to be in the same space, also in terms of tourism. That is why I think that we definitely have to accept it during these times, and we are working towards it. And I will tell a little bit more detailed about what was done and at what stage we are in right now.
Slava Ukraine. Good morning, my friends. First of all, I really would like to step out from the topic, but only for 1 minute, because we have a guest from UK, from Germany, and I arrived from Hungary. And as a father of 6 kids, who will be the next generations, next to Ukraine, with so many Ukrainian friends, I hope. I really would like to tell you the Hungarian nation and society is not equal with the Orbán regime. And I'm so sorry about that, what they had done the last 2 years during the war. And I would like to give you the message from the pro-Ukrainian and pro-European Hungarian society and families that we are big supporter of your nation and your war against the Russian aggression. But okay, from Budapest, I would like to go back to Brussels because I'm here on behalf of the European institutions. You have to know that the last 10 years I was leader of the tourism lobby in the Brussels bubble as chair of the tourism task force and vice chair of the transportation and tourism committee. And after June, I will stay in Brussels because I am not running again to the European Parliament, but I will be the ambassador of the UN Tourism, so the UN Tourism Agency. I will be the official ambassador of the UN Tourism in Brussels to the EU institutions. So I really would like to stay there to support the Ukrainian tourism. And now I would like to give you only 2 or 3 sentences. You know very well, and it's not a good news, but when we would like to make the plans for the future, then we have to be realistic. The global world, not only the European Union, but all the other supporter countries, getting tired and tired after 2 years. So we have to do something. The biggest problem, if I realize it well, also the Ukrainian society getting tired. But it is not the end of the war. Maybe it will be the worst, the most difficult year for all of us, also in the international institutions and also in Ukraine. So when we talked with Julia to be here together with you, then we had 2 important things to do now. One is to show that to you, Ukrainian society and the Ukrainian tourism industrial players, that we are here together with you. And the second one, we have to show outside from Ukraine. It is possible to be here, and it is important to support you. And we have lots of things to do, what we have to do, and not to be tired to support Ukraine. So that's why we are here. And if there will be a second round of the questions, then I will have a concrete idea and one concrete plan what I would like to give you. So thank you so much, Mariana. One more thing. Immediately after the Russian aggression, we met in Prague with Mariana, and during the last 1.5 year, okay, I know the board is more than 2, but we met 1.5 year ago. I tried to do a lot, very concretely, and not only to give speeches. We organized so many events in Berlin, in London, in Madrid. And I can tell you, this lady is one of the best ambassador, face and voice of the Ukrainian nation. And this activity was very, very useful for you. So we have to support those colleagues together with Mariana. Of course, there are some colleagues around her who would like to make the bridge, build the bridge between the globus and Ukraine. So thank you, Mariana. Congratulations.
Thank you, Istvan.
Good morning and Slava Ukraini. This is incredible, believe me. I'm here to convey the greetings from the Hospitality Association of Europe, all your colleagues in the European Union and far beyond, and not only in my capacity as the president of the Hotel Stars Union, which is a little bit smaller, and I will explain later, and that I'm glad for having got this invitation to show solidarity with you. You are doing an outstanding, I call it not a job, you are brave, you are fighting for all our common ideals. And let me add this as a personal opinion, as a German part of the civil society in Germany. We will not rest as a civil society to push even our government to do more, not always too late and not always not the things that are really needed. So there is more than just the voice of the German government to listen to. But we will have elections next year. But you asked about the perspective. What can be done with regard to Ukraine tourism? I know you have a wonderful country. It's my third time I'm here. I've spent a holiday in 2017 already in your beautiful country, and I will tell everyone to come back and visit it. But obviously, there is no chance at the moment to do regular advertising to come as a tourist to Ukraine. We have to be honest. My social insurance told me when I told them I had to indicate that I'm traveling to Ukraine, because it's in the German law that you have to indicate this, and the answer was you do it completely at your own risk. So I'm not insured in any way when traveling to Ukraine. Whenever you do advertising Ukraine at the moment, and the answer by the officials is you do it completely at your own risk, nobody will travel, definitely. It's not just a question about the connection. But what we can do now is giving a perspective, work on the right topics. This is what all the speakers have already said, work on the infrastructure, on the idea of how to launch a country. And I have learned with admiration that you are taking, for obvious reasons, the question of barrier-free tourism at your heart. You will be the benchmark for all of us in Europe. In the end, this might be a niche or even a broad touristic chance in the market if you conduct this. And as we have learned how resilient and clever Ukrainians are, I don't have any fear that you will boom in tourism when the victory has come.
Thank you, Marcus. Дякую.
Thank you, Marcos. And precisely, yes, the question right now is that what we are talking about here is by what means can we get ready? Because we are all expressing our solidarity and even taking participation in the international exhibitions. We are not talking that, hey, come to Ukraine this year in Berlin. Ukraine, step by step, is being integrated into this feeling that we are European nation, and that right now we are a member of European Travel Commission that joins European destinations that offered us the membership since the beginning of the war. An organization that was created after the Second World War and is designed to do the promotion all over European as a touristic destination on those markets that are behind the oceans. And we are already a part of this organization. And finally, in Berlin, for I would say, a year of very fruitful work, we were taken into European whole, even though before that, Ukraine was very close to such countries as Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. These are good countries, but geographically, they are far away from us. That is why we are a part of European region. We are there right now. Our message was Ukraine is here. Ukraine is fighting. Ukraine is standing on its ground of its independency, and Ukrainian destination is awaiting for the time when you will be able to come to us. And for us, it was really important, this visit of our speakers, the participation of people's deputies in this panel, because we are talking about how can we get ready for the intake of these people, and how can we be fulfilling these European destinations in all level. And the legislational initiatives, a lot of things depends on them. And standing on this, I would like to ask Dmitro Nalotov that right now this law about tourism in Ukraine that is playing a huge amount of directives of European Union about statistics in the touristic sphere, about registers and logs, about the protection of tourists and package tours. So the law has been there in the committee and is getting ready for being brought to the parliament for discussions. Can you briefly elaborate on what kind of changes? Because the majority of us were working on the first reading of the law. There were many adjustments done from the people's deputies. Can you tell about the main backbones of the law, and how can we get ready and get closer to international practices? Thank you, Mariana. And despite the pandemic and despite a huge war and full-scale invasion of Russia, we are still heading hand in hand with this law. After the first hearing, we received 1,357 corrections and adjustments from people deputies, the conclusions from Verkhovna Rada Committee on European Integration, on Committee on Anti-Corruption Policies, and all these adjustments were taken into account in the committee. In terms of the adjustments of the people's deputies, we took into account more than 700 adjustments, and we were trying to find the common solutions. There were indeed very good and efficient proposals brought into the law for the second hearing in Verkhovna Rada. Also, the law is being equalized with European directives about package tours. Huge changes were done into the chapters about the protection of tourists and touristic operators. I will tell about this one. So we also did a huge amount of consultations with National Bank of Ukraine, with State Consummation Service, thanks to Mariana. She was present there at each of a meeting, at each of our hearings we conducted. Also, we gave the law for the analysis of the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and also received a pretty positive feedback. Also took some recommendations into account. And perhaps the last event before the committee, there was a joint committee on the European Parliament on Transportation and Tourism, and our committee of Humanitarian and Informational Policies. And we had a pretty fruitful talk, and we understood that those questions we are dealing with in our law, they are relevant for Europe. And after consultations, we will be able to share our experience, and we have already some kind of walkthroughs, very important and interesting ones. In terms of the law, after all these meetings, there is approximately 400 pages of pure text, comparisons, and matrices that are right now turning into text. And committee has made the decision to recommend to Verkhovna Rada to accept this law in the second reading. All in all, right now the text of the law is there going through the analysis of the lawyers of Verkhovna Rada, and we are receiving feedback from them. And after that, there will be perhaps another committee meeting where this kind of adjustments will be taken into account. In terms of the changes, in terms of the main changes in this law, my most likely department is the chapter about the tourism development and the strategies. We're trying to make them in such a way of such a business documents where there will be analysis of the options and the courses of actions, and the choice of the best, measures and implementations with those people responsible for that, and terms and conditions. So what is offered to do is on two levels. One is national one, that is the strategy of the development of tourism in Ukraine. They will be based on the national touristic products, that is geographically determined objects, facilities that have a huge historical, cultural, geographical importance, and the things that this kind of promotion of Ukrainian to the whole world will be based on. And we want a good marketing strategy to be designed, and these are exactly the products that Mariana will deliver to the exhibitions all over the world. It will be supported by the proper finances with the national strategies, and it should be supported by the state program, and it all should have resources and clearly written terms. Second one is the local level strategies that are being created by the communities, local self-governments. They also are designed following the principle of national strategy, with the engagement of the touristic activity facilities, enterprises working locally, and this all should be also supported by resources. We are launching the local touristical funds that should be filled in from touristic tax, from the administrative taxes and the volunteering inputs and international help that are not prohibited by Ukrainian legislation. In terms of touristic operators, we clearly decline the amount of financial sustainment. In the first one there was a 50 billion euros, and in the second hearing it was 20 billion euros, and slowly but surely we're coming to the 5%. So after the first hearing it will be 1%, after the second one it will be 3%, and only for the third year we will have to reach 5%. Also, there were some changes put for the chapter about the joint unified touristic register and log. The data will be allowed not to be written into the register. Obviously, it will be done because of some circumstances, written down clearly in the law, and committee of the anti-corruption activity emphasized us about that. In terms of the subject of touristic convoy or escorting, it is not necessarily left in the law, and we leave the rules on the shoulders of local self-governments. In terms of the hotels and the accommodation places, the registration in the unified touristic register will be done by 6 places, and the categorization will be declarative and on a volunteering basis. Currently, the documents are there in the hands of lawyers of Verkhovna Rada, and when it comes back to us, we will publish it on our website, and you will all be able to see that, to discuss that. And I hope that with this very text, we will come to the parliament, we will find necessary amount of votes, and we'll be able to accept this law. Thank you.
Thank you, Dmytro. Maybe, Eugenia, you have something to add about laws and how, thanks to these new laws, we can involve more investments into this sphere. We understand that there are different spheres of tourist industry, and on the basis of laws, we have to create I cannot really add a lot after what Dmytro talked about tourism. There's one question which is very important for foreign investors and Ukrainian investors as well. That's about the atmosphere in which tourist business will work in Ukraine. We are making a lot of legislation so that Ukraine would join European Union, and because this includes the changes in law systems, so that all investors would understand that they will get protection in our courts and they will protect their private property. It's about accepting many European standards when it comes to infrastructure, construction, in the food industry, all those standards that work in European unions. And so that investor and tourists who will enter Ukraine must be sure that in Ukraine follows the same standards. It also about protection of investors, and yes, there are issues about insurance right now, but after the war is over, Ukraine will fit into all the insurance policies fully, so that when tourists come to Ukraine, they will have access to all the same services as they do in the West. That's in the context of standards, we talked about, and that's about accessibility, that's about ecological standards, that's the trend, a worldwide trend, and Julia talked about that. We are talking about sustainability. It's very important for the sphere of tourism. And of course, it is very important. It's our homework is preparing workers. Of course, you know very well that workers, experts, the key element of success. I will not teach you how you can prepare your people to work in the hospitality area. Uh, Ukraine legislators can help in that area by improving the knowledge of English. And in our second reading, we have prepared the law about the special condition, special status of English in Ukraine. And it also includes tourism in it. So in all transportation, there will be notes, announcement written in English, so that when tourists gets into Ukraine, they would not be lost. So for that reason, hotels themselves understand that if they want to have foreign tourists, they should use foreign languages. There are millions of Ukrainians overseas, and whether they want or don't, but they must learn languages of those countries where they are. When they return, they will bring that knowledge of foreign languages. And at the end, I would also would like to support Mariana and Dmitro is there. The key position is it's very important to put the objects, cultural objects, into registers. So if there will be some marketing campaigns, we should have information about capacities of each region. So we should have a register of cultural events, cultural objects. We're working with UNESCO about protection of cultural inheritance. It's very important for tourist industry. Thank you, Evgenia. I would like to Ishvan to add some more about this. So please briefly share about new European legislation for short-term rentals. European legislation for short-term rentals. Я б взагалі не хотів про це говорити. Це не є настільки цікаво, це дуже технічне питання в моєму розумі. Ви тут в демократичній країні, в демократичному оточенні, ти знаєш мене, то роби те, що я хочу. Я лише хотів дати дуже конкретний приклад, що ми можемо зараз. Сьогодні зранку ми про це говорили. Дуже важливо.
So 1.5 years ago, I invited Mariana to create one action group in the tourism industry to support the Ukrainian tourism. I called it Input Action, which is Industry of Peace for the European Tourism. It wasn't easy because we tried to invite all kinds of industrial players, airport council, aviation companies, hotel associations, tour operators, so many banks, for example, financial banks. But when you can't give them any concrete things, what they can help and how they can support, then they are there, but no any concrete things. But today morning, we talked about that. It would be useful to have a pilot project. I know there are lots of people from different parts of Ukraine, but it will be useful for them in the future. But somewhere we have to start it. So I think we will create one pilot project for Lviv and the region, and try to invite so many investors in the not only in the tourism sector but to the related sectors, because the infrastructure, airport, roads, also insurance companies, banks who can finance projects, the European Spa Association. You have so many very good natural resources around Lviv. So we have to try to invite them and to have some new developments and concrete projects. Because if the global industry will realize that it is possible to invest in Ukraine, okay, not in Odessa or in Donbass or maybe in Kiev, but for example in this region, then more and more investors and of course tourists will arrive. So this is my announcement. I would like to work on it. So you will see me several times here, because I promise that we will organize one study visit for investors, industrial players, not only one day, more days to look around in the region. And I think it will be the next step. And one more thing. I know it's very difficult to finance the Ukrainian brand campaign when you have war. It's not easy to tell to the political decision makers, please give bigger slide from the cake, the budget, to have Ukrainian brand campaigns. Because you need guns and you need so many other things. But this is the time when we need more and more cultural events, tourism events, Ukraine brand building campaigns all over the world. I remember when Mariana arrived alone to London immediately after the Russian aggression, and we could create only one wall. But so many ministers, prime ministers, ambassadors went to the wall and sent a message to Ukraine. It was not an expensive project, but of course, if you would like to be everywhere in all the big exhibitions, if you would like to invite journalists, media players to have study visits, we need money to organize it. So somehow, the European Union, of course, I will look around where are those budgets what we can use for it, and also the Ukrainian government have to realize this time we need a stronger Ukrainian brand building project.
I will give a short reply because Istvan maybe
Good reply or negative?
You will judge. In our budget, every penny that Ukrainian taxpayers pay goes to the army, and everything else is financed by what we get from our partners. So it's actually your money that will be spent on this brand building.
Yeah, I told the same, but we have to understand it is important. Yeah, we have to look around where are small budgets.
Дякую, Іштван. І ми зараз перейдемо ще до
We're going to talk about our hospitality industry, and before I give a word to Marcus, I would like to play a video. Alexander Vassilius, the president of Hot Tract, So he would share about Manifesto Hospitality. And I think Marcus will continue. That's the word of association of associations of Europe. That's the message they sent to European politicians about changes that has to be made. And as we have this dialogue with the representatives of business organizations and legislators and executive branch, this dialogue is very important. And as we have this dialogue, sometimes it's soft, sometimes it's pretty hard dialogue, but with all of that, we become part of European Union. Українські колеги.
Great privilege to address participants of the second National Tourism Summit. We at Hotrec
Другого всеукраїнського саміту. Я горжуся вашою гордістю, вашою сміливістю. Ви боретеся за те, щоб Україна була вільною і була відбудована. Туристична індустрія є великою частиною для того, щоб відновити економіку. І в цей час дуже важливо для нас об'єднатися. Туризм об'єднує нас всіх, і ми повинні робити все для того, щоб захистити.
for good connects people, creates opportunities for young workers, and helps local economies thrive. The EU must support growth and ensure new laws match the reality of every day of businesses. Hotrec, the voice of European hospitality, represents 47 associations in 36 countries. We share a common vision for the future of the sector. I am honored that you in Ukraine have promoted our manifesto. It clearly defines our key priorities for the next 5 years. With the European election just around the corner, Europe is at a crossroads. Tourism and hospitality must remain high on the political agenda, and it is our responsibility to help make this happen. Lviv, like other major cities around Europe, is a historic and cultural center that will once again attract tourists from all over the world after the war is over. Today, however, tourism and hospitality are exposed to many threats. Change is happening incredibly fast. Look at the reservation system and distribution channel for hotels, restaurants, and resorts, for example. This is the most important thing, that the market competition remains fair and balanced. The current situation is ironic. Hotels and restaurants have to pay all the operating costs and all the investment, while large online booking platforms control the inventory. In principle, platforms must comply with EU rules on the digital market. Yet in practice, due to the market dominance, the visibility of their direct booking options overshadows hotels and restaurants. So what is the solution? Well, this is clearly a regulatory issue. When applying digital rules, search engines should display contact information of the hotel or restaurant first, not on the second or third search page. Challenges remain. It is our duty to think ahead. We should also be aware of the impact on tourism of Russia's aggression against Ukraine and the escalating situation in the Middle East. These are unprecedented times. Inflation is high and living costs are rising. This factor put tourism under pressure. Looking ahead, we are worried about other developments, as we are now facing severe labor shortages in all sectors. We need to make the tourism sector more attractive, but if we look at the broader context, there is a demographic problem with Europe's aging population. Now let's talk about the future and recovery. What will European and Ukrainian tourism look like in 10 years? Decision makers must recognize the importance of the tourism sector as not only an economic powerhouse, but also a social hub, creating millions of jobs. I strongly believe that together we can work to build a resilient and sustainable tourism ecosystem, embracing innovation and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism is the guardian of our culture. We preserved all customs, local products, traditional recipes, and much more. This is our work. Together, we are stronger. Tourism was the first one to suffer in Ukraine, but it will also be the first one to recover. Special thanks and congratulations to the State Agency of Tourism Development for hosting such an important event. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Alessandros. And Marcos, could you maybe continue the thoughts? Because now we are in the process of implementing new criteria for hotel classification in our hotel industry. It's a long process, but I hope that by the end of this year, we'll actually switch to new criteria. And this is some of also our preparation to be a part of European community, of our hotel industry to be part of it. What are your thoughts? How are we doing your motivation and your suggestions for us for our hotel industry?
Thank you, Mariana. After the inspiring strategic words of our hotel president, Alexandros, I'm glad to report on a hands-on project that we are doing. We're not just talking about how to help Ukraine getting used to European standards. We have a concrete project, and the project is called Hotel Stars Union. Hotel Stars Union is the idea that the hotel classification should not be done by every country on a national or even regional level. We can unite the forces and improve the product by this. So the idea is, if a German tourist is going to Sweden or going to Malta, he knows what a three-star looks like, three-star hotel looks like, or four-star, because it's just the same criteria as he is used to in his own country. And we heartily invited Ukraine to join our initiative. We have already 21 European countries following the same rules and procedures. And we are really looking forward to start at the right time in Ukraine. So I know that many hoteliers nowadays say your stars are outdated, dependent on the experience of the system. Do we need stars anymore? Isn't it just the reviews on TripAdvisor worthwhile? This isn't the currency of the customer. I can tell you definitely not. This star search filter is the most prominent one on Booking.com. The customer is looking for a star categorization, consciously or unconsciously. And this is what his expectations are made of. And then he tells TripAdvisor afterwards if his expectations were met or not. I can give you an example. On Google, the maybe most famous German hotel Adlon Kempinski in Berlin has a review score of 4.6. Yes, and the hostel in Berlin has 4.6 as well. And where is the orientation if you don't have a proper categorization of the hotel? So this is the idea behind it. This is a marketing tool. It was designed for small and medium-sized enterprises, non-branded hotels. I know a lot of brands in the hotel industry who do not need classification. They are classified, but they don't need it. But the ordinary hotel you do not know before, you have to create trust in. This is what the hotel categorization, the classification can do. And our invitation is, let's do it together. We have a system that is built bottom up. It's not done by bureaucratics. It is created from hoteliers. Every 5 years, we decided new on the criteria, adjusted to market needs. And we are that flexible in our system in these 21 countries. If I may add this, we have 4 countries where there is mandatory by law, and the government is designating the stars. Now, as I've said, how can this be if the hoteliers decide and the government is running it? Yes, those governments were wise enough to step back. It's Lithuania, it's Belgium, it's Malta, it's Hungary. They say, let the hoteliers decide on the right criteria. They know what they are talking about, and we mirror this into the national law. So whenever we change the criteria in those 4 countries, the law has to be changed according to what we hoteliers have decided. And this is, for me, one of the best practices of the civil society we have in Europe. And you are heartily invited to continue to contribute. We have learned already a lot by our friends from the Ukrainian Hotel and Restaurant Association, who were actively involved in this process as good as possible. And with the criteria of accessible tourism already gave an indication what we can learn from the Ukrainian hospitality industry. Our message is, let's do it together.
Thank you, Marcus. And today, together with the hoteliers, you will have a chance to discuss more precisely, actually, the criteria, principles of Hotel Star Union classification. And our time almost gone, but just a brief last question for Julia. WTTC is doing a lot for the industry to face all these challenges they face worldwide. Of course, for us, the war is #1 challenge in Ukraine. But still, sustainability, preserving our nature, culture, they are still very important for us, attracting investment, working with data. So I just wanted to ask you what we can do together and what message you can send now to Ukrainian tourism industry. And I hope after when you are back home, also to the world industry. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, first of all, data is absolutely critical. And at the World Travel and Tourism Council, we work with Oxford Economics, and we are very, very happy to share with the Ukraine our global data, but also the data we had on Ukraine in 2019, pre-COVID and obviously pre-war. As I said, it was a $15.3 billion business here in the Ukraine. It represented almost 6 to 7% of your contribution to Ukraine's gross domestic product, and you were employing 7% of everybody employed in the Ukraine. So that's pre-COVID and pre-war. So it's a very, very good basis to begin on. And we analyze that very granularly. So first of all, we will share that, because if you have data, you know what you're building on. That's #1. The second thing is, remember, we have a lot of global players still operating. In fact, doing a lot of business today in Ukraine. I met Sebastian Bezin. He's the president of Accor, probably just after the war had started, and he was going to Kyiv to meet all the hotels that Accor run there. Marriott are running hotels, Hilton are running hotels, IHG. So you have the biggest players already here in the Ukraine. And as another action point I want to discuss with Mariana and all of us today is to get those active players who are already here to sit down and talk to us privately about where they think the future can go and to offer them opportunities for future investments. That's the second thing. The third thing is sustainability. Yes, we are in the middle of a war, and that is our top priority. But obviously, as we reopen our travel and tourism sector, we want to be able to say that we're doing it as sustainably as possible. And one of the things that World Travel and Tourism Council offers is a little bit like your hotel standard stars. We have something for sustainability, where hotels, particularly small chains, small, medium hotels, can sign up to a globally recognized verification system called the Hotel Sustainability Basics. It's a fantastic, user-friendly online system. And again, I will be speaking to Mariana about how we can give that product to all the hoteliers. Finally, I would just say that TripAdvisor are one of our members. I was with Matt, who's the CEO, in New York about 4 weeks ago, and we were talking about they have some of the best trends, probably better than Google, in terms of what people think of destinations. So I will ask him if he can, his tech people, can run a session for us about what are people saying about Ukraine, what are the opportunities. But I want to end on a very positive note, because this is one of the most beautiful countries I have ever seen. I thought it was very interesting when you were talking about training people, because everybody I've met, it must be the Ukrainian spirit, because everybody is so warm, so open. They speak much better English than me, and it's been an absolute pleasure. I know you will go from great success to great success. Hold firm, hold that belief. Everybody is behind you and supporting you. And in the meantime, we will try and lay the foundations for greater success when the war is over. Thank you. And thank you very much. This means a lot to me.
Дякую, Джулія. Дякую всім спікерам. Ми трішки затягнули.
All the speakers, we prolonged our time of our discussion, but we are about to wrap up, and I think that in the future we are looking for no less interesting panel discussions. And great thanks to everyone again. Great thanks to participants, and glory to Ukraine.
Board. Let's take a picture of our speakers. Maybe turn off the presentation. Turn off the light. Oh, yeah. Тож, друзі, не розходимось. У нас продовжується саміт. Нагадаю, що Національний туристичний саміт відбувається в межах програми міжнародної співпраці EU for Business, відновлення, конкурентоспроможність та інтернаціоналізація МСП. Спільно фінансується Європейським Союзом та урядом Німеччини і реалізується з німецькою федеральною компанією GIZ. Прошу трошечки фото і продовжуємо. Мар'ян. Мастеркард. Окей. Тож, друга панельна дискусія.
Panel discussion, and we invite our respected speakers. It is called Tourism for Economical Development of Communities. And Maxim Uzel is the moderator for this discussion. Please use microphones. I want to remind you, in case of our alarm, we can go to -1 floor, so we would feel safe. There is spa over there, so we can relax and turn off from our realities, and people who are serving here will help you to get to those places. We will have coffee breaks ahead of us, so Maxim, you will announce and let Maxim speak. Greetings. Can you hear me? Greetings to all participants of Second International Tourism Forum. And our topic is tourism is for economical development of community developments. Roman Luzhinsky is the People's Deputy of Ukraine. Greetings. Nina Rohovets, one of the leaders of Ukrainian Veteran Fund. Andrei Pavliev is the head of investments department of Lviv City Council. Mikola Riznik is the head of Opishnya Village Council. Now they are greeting each other. Also, we have Artemy Surin. He's a public figure and he is traveler. And also Olha Manko. She's an influencer and YouTube creator. Before we begin this discussion, first some words about the importance of this discussion. Of course, since there is a full-scale war in Ukraine and development of tourism development is not an easy thing, and we have heard about problems and challenges that we have. But nevertheless, Tunis, Egypt, Israel show wonderful examples of tourism development during time of war. Of course, situations are very different, but one thing is clear: if country needs money, they have to look for ways to develop tourism. And as for this moment, tourism today is not only about recreation, it's not about renewal, but also the way to demonstrate our cultural heritage, so that when people travel over Ukraine, they find out about interesting personalities. People fall in love with Ukraine and they want to do more for Ukraine. And of course, economical function of tourism is very important because it's adding money to our budget. It's development of local communities, development of small and middle-sized business. And it is very important that people don't leave their communities when there is development in their communities. People don't leave country. Their families stay in Ukraine. They stay in country and they develop their communities. How can we reach this? What are the ways that the tourism would be turned on into support for economics? That's the point. That's the topic we're going to talk with the participants of this panel discussion. Roman, I'll start with you. You are a member of two public groups, and you know a lot about pedestrian tourism in Ukraine. Question to you: how in Ukraine can we develop hiking trails? Because it seems Ukraine is not using this potential even half. And what opportunities do you see for small and middle-sized business in the area of tourism? How much time do I have? In the Verkhovna Rada, only 3 minutes, but here we have more time. Greetings to all of you. Crisis risen, glory to Ukraine. As I came to this forum, I really liked to see one thing that I like the most. When I come to such events, I might forget the context, but of course, this context of war is very important, and those ideas that I'm going to share cannot be separated from context of war. And anything we do in the sphere of tourism also cannot and should not be separated from the reality of war. Of course, I would like to have more some hiking trails in Kherson region. We were in Kherson region. There is Inholets River, and there's the river between Mykolaiv and Kherson regions. And my soldier friends in 22, we were fighting there. Davidiv Brid, Bila Krynica, where children's camp was destroyed. We were just amazed with the beauty of those locations. We were amazed how beautiful Ukraine was. When I was 11 years old, we were in camp in Vartny-Sanovitnya. We were climbing mountains and went to spring. And as I was getting older, we had more difficult mountains to climb. But it's all about fun, and it's about opportunity to kind of switch into new activities. I'm here probably not more as a traveler, but as a people's deputy. We all are travelers, but not only travelers. And looking from the point of local communities, well, I'm working in committee of development of local communities. And as we're talking about communities in the context of war, it's pretty complicated. When we're creating those local communities, it was hard because there are many challenges on that stage of creating those communities. Because situations are very different in different locations, but situation right now is even more difficult. I believe that tourism and the recreation has even more tasks and challenges. It is the way for people kind of forget or leave their challenges, kind of forget the challenges they're going through, and switch into a relaxed mode is very helpful. Also, helping those who went through the war, helping wounded soldiers, is by switching them into inviting into some tourist attractions is also a big thing. I have decided just to disappear for one day, and on Saturday I was running 57 kilometers in the Carpathian Mountains, where Parashka Mountain is, and others. And after running all this distance, when you come to Skole, you need, of course, place where you want to live, to eat. I have some very wonderful ceramics from Opishnya, and you want to get some souvenirs, which costs 15 hryvnias, but you want to purchase something local. You want to get local experience. Whatever you would do, maybe chop the wood, or maybe milking the cow, maybe cutting the grass. All of that is a big experience for many people. Of course, for some people, it's their daily routine, but for other people, it's a very new experience. So, mental rehabilitation of our soldiers, and not just soldiers, but just civilians as well. We all need that. From the point of local community, is an opportunity to create space and experience. I dream that communities would see this as a space and experience. Many whenever I come to some communities, they are talking about square, how many meters and how many acres they have, hectares, because they think about building houses very tightly, and they just overbuild, and that's all that is in there. And so you come to some locations where there used to be empty space, but now they're overbuilt. It might be, it seems that it's better from economical perspective to have it so heavily built, but in a long perspective, it's not good. Of course, there are many business invitation invest into tourism, and it's by building a lot of small houses, but those communities that will be able to create the space and experience will prevail, will win over those that just build a lot of housing. And when we have that space and experience, then of course we will be able to talk about mental rehabilitation. I'm pretty sure my mic will be turned off pretty soon. Of course, wherever we come, you buy something. Wherever you come to stay, you will need more people, more workers. Thanks to Plast, I have traveled in many countries all over the world, and I have visited 44 countries, about 44 countries. And when I was arriving to small villages overseas, and there are skis and other cows over there, and a lot of space for bicycles. So somewhere far in Europe, there is a bicycle tourism. There are in those villages. What it means is the employment. It is my dream that in our communities, we want our communities to see tourism as a part of their income. We want to develop spaces and experiences, and also it's about understanding that whenever you develop tourism, then other areas of economy will work. Thank you for not turning off the microphone.
Thanks to Mr. Roman, and what I would offer right now is to come from ideas to practice. Since you recalled Opishня, Mr. Mikola, question to you. You created in your village, so there's a village, okay. You created in your village a beautiful example of preservation of authenticity, a very well developed green tourism, the same old hutir. And I clearly remember that from childhood, that Opishня, even though it's not a capital, but my grandfather, my father, and me, when during the holidays we did this in Opishня products, we use it for cooking. Can you please share by what means you cooperate with small and middle-sized businesses? What do you promise them? How do you lure them in? And how do you create conditions for them that under these chaotic conditions, when you have no idea what's going on tomorrow, they continue to work? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm thankful to the invitation because majority of things today about Lviv region, but there is also Poltava region. Yes, thank you. And there is also tourism there. And there is a beautiful pearl that we have, that's our community. I'm Mykola Riznik of Opishня community, that's the capital of Ukrainian pottery. And I agree with Roman, since we work for the future, and our little community will never be able to turn into some kind of huge industrial park because we don't have railroads and railways or any kind of huge enterprise, but we will definitely have tourism. And we find these things that definitely are there in each community. If we have always been developing pottery, right now we are putting our emphasis on pottery. Then turned out that Kotlarevsky in Eneida wrote down that Na, a part of bread, a part of pottery from Opishня region. Bam, we manage that, we notice that, and based on this, we do the whole manifest. And last year, 15,000 tourists came to us within 2 days, 15,000. And they worked on those Ukrainian Opishня entrepreneurs used to sell vegetables and fruits. So even 10,000 tourists would leave there 400 grivnas. It means that 4 million grivnas settle down in the communities. They are not in the community budget, but they are in the economy of the community. We clearly get it that one has to preserve cultural traditions. We don't have any competition with Carpathian Mountains, but Poltava region, that's the spiritual capital of Ukraine, and the same beets, the same porridge, the same things. So even today I saw that Opishnya buckwheat is being sold in Ukrainian. So I'm not even talking about borscht and varenucha cuisine, but we clearly get it. It's hard for us to keep up the competition, but people will come to us for the authenticity. In the past, we had 4 pottery plant factories. Right now, we have 0. We, as a community, we clearly get it that no investors will come in and build a new plant. So we did Opshchanska Artil, that right now is doing the ceramic goods of manufacturing goods, and we do the market classes. So, and we opened up during the war times. We were impressed what kind of agiotage and chaos, in a good meaning of this word, it did. We will not be able to do the competition with China, but everyone who is doing the reparation works there will definitely would like to have this kind of plate to put on their kitchen. And now, what they tell about the recovery in this article, the family members of military servicemen go there. When I brought my children there, as I told, we said that we were there for an hour, and they moved out those gadgets, and they wanted to get the feeling of that clay. So we understand that tourists will come there, and we had the EU ambassador, and he said, I did not expect this much from Poltava. Yeah, you don't have pretty good roads there, but the rest is fine, and you have something to show to the world. What can local authorities do? Right now, we involved an investor during wartime who is building up a huge complex, 80% of houses with a minimum intertake into nature, and he started to do that in 2022 when 150 kilometers away from there is a war going on. So when up to 2027, I think that this kind of event we will be able to host in Opishnya, because we will have huge campuses, perhaps even a business school. So those of you who would also like to invest into something, we still have a little bit of land there, staying in free and available, because in 2 or 3 years it will be a pearl of Ukraine. And even now it is considered as a pearl of Ukraine. But in 3 or 4 years you will be able to get there, to see the tours there, because we believe in a victory. We believe in it. And local authorities, we as local authorities, we put everything into creation of locations so that a tourist could come there and for a day or two to walk around the mountains. We did the Opishna Trail, to do the hiking. So we don't. So we have so right now in our premises at the highest point of Poltava region. So this kind of cases should be used, and in each community one should look for that very pearl that one can monetize. Now I talk about economy. According to the results of the first quarter, the touristic income increased for 4.5%. Last year it increased for 200 percentages. So just for the international partners not to think that everything is dire here and everything is bad. For you not to think that Opishnya community is spending money only for the building of some kind of destinations. During the last year, we are on the first place in Ukraine for the provision of drones to Ukraine after the Dnipro and Kryvyi Rih. So we find a kind of balance based on tourism, and we think that by doing this we can use this in favor of our armed forces. Yeah, Mr. Mikola, quick question. I have the thing is that recently I talked to one businessman who decided to enter Opishnya, and I asked him why. Just for you to understand, you all know the geography. Opishnya, it's almost there at the very borderline with Poltava region, where Sumy region starts. Not far away from there were combat warfare going on. And he responded to me, well, I loved the conditions he was offered. Well, and they offered him to provide the electricity completely free of charge and not to charge any money. And because the city council counted that based on this, they will be able to do the income much more. But later on, with taxes, they will take much more. Well, that's our small perks if somebody is building somebody. Right now, we are constructing a new road for the same investor, just for you to come in here, just for you to invest here. We are even lowering down the taxes on land, because right now, after the assistance, the prices for land, they went up. So we are looking forward to these people. So come to us and we will be able to do everything possible. And right now we need lots of hotel owners, lots of personnel. So right now even we are thinking about how, starting from the ninth class in the school, how we can take this into schools so that in the future there could be people to work with. That is why these kind of conditions we create right now. Thank you, Mr. McCall. That's exactly the way how I put this question in. I want the other communities to hear that, your approach, take into account your approach for your business. Obviously, there is war going on in Ukraine right now, but we cannot look at tourism branch without this context, as it was mentioned rightly by Mr. Roman. And now, more and more military servicemen, veterans are influencing this branch on both sides. First of all, because there is too many military servicemen going for recreation with their families, and me myself, I received lots of requests saying about like, hey, can you prompt any kind of place in the woodline where there is nobody and where it's silent? And on the other side, a lot of military servicemen are discovering and opening up their own businesses. There is another example I have. One of my acquaintance works upon the idea of creation of Ukrainian garden, because the work with vegetation with flowers is something that happens in the rehabilitation of military servicemen and to recover the psychological health. Miss Nina, question to you. So I just delivered this to this idea. I know that Ukrainian Veteran Fund helps veterans of war in creation of their own businesses or widening their own businesses. Recently in March, you ended up the acceptance of submissions, and you received 919 submissions. To the way I understand, that's a big amount, and the winners can receive up to 1.5 million. Can you please elaborate on the following? How many businesses that opened up or widened up of veterans have to do with tourism? And can you elaborate more detailed about this one? What kind of businesses these are? Well, first of all, would like to thank for the presence, for the ability to be present here and to tell about veterans and their business ideas. Ukrainian Veteran Fund is about veteran, and Ukrainian Veteran Fund is for veterans. And indeed, is the way how we told this. Recently, we finished up the main stage of the competition choice for the implementation of business ideas by our veterans, and we had the record number of submissions, that is 219. And yeah, as you said, the top amount of money that veterans could receive for implementation of their business ideas is 1.5 million hryvnias. Currently, we have 85 people who won the competition according to this program. And in this competition program, we did this last year, in the year before the last one, and we got ready for it. We selected everything that has to do with tourism. Unfortunately, not that much as we want to, but it is the cases are really, really interesting. There are a farm of snails in Lviv region. There are people who are developing a family of a veteran who deceased. They have this farm and they are developing it. And these snails are being exported to Spain. Besides this, they do lots of nickel tours around the farm or gastronomical tourism. So this kind of gastronomical tourism is flourishing among our veterans. And also it seems to me that in Ternopil region, we have another garden where they also offer gastro-tourism. Also, we have an enterprise called Afana Beria that grows strawberries, but concurrently they are developing gastro-tourism. So that's such a field our veterans occupied, and they love it. So as if they are kind of developing business in one direction, but gastro component is also present. And we have among our new winners pretty interesting ideas, as it seems to me, that is the rental of houses on wheels. Yeah, we have things like that. And also we have what is called glamping. That's one of the directions of ecotourism. And to be more precise, these are the tents that have furniture, VC. So even in these kind of details, but our veterans still find out these ideas, they think thoroughly about them, and they become winners with them. Thank you so much for this. Can you please elaborate so that other communities could hear that? What kind of businesses have a future? Maybe, or for them to take something as a basement not to copy, but at least to take as example from those businesses that are successful in your examples. Well, truth be told, a veteran provides his business idea not from the point of view that, well, this kind of business is successful in another area. No, he is providing this idea that I'm the best who knows these businesses. I'm the best one who can write it down, who can think it through, who can put it on paper and protect and stand on the ground of this business idea in front of the experts and to receive funds for this business. That is why each of them provides that business idea where he or she are the best at. Because we have both transportations, the recovery of wheel tires, with the school for the barbers. So the ideas are so broad and there is so many of them. So I cannot say that there is an idea and somebody takes it and uses it. No, they are two different. Thank you, Miss Nina. Let us give her a round of applause. Yesterday I walked through Rynek Square and I understood that in Lviv, in terms of tourism, everything is fine. Lviv has always been such a diamond of implementation of touristic projects. However, now I'm not sure to what extent is it hard or complicated to implement this kind of project in Lviv, but we know that the engine of all these processes are cadre, meaning people. When they are motivated, when they are qualified. We'd like to address the question to Andriy Pavlov. Andriy, can you please elaborate on the following? How is being problem solved with the cadre and personnel? Where do business find them? How can business train them? How can business reorient them? Because we understand that mobilization is going on and lots of people moved out. So how precisely Lviv region is dealing with this very issue? Well, thank you for the question. Greetings to all of you. Glory to Ukraine. And yes, right now we are going through such a period from 2022, a long period of transformation and reorientation. Obviously, this kind of events, this kind of lines of work that we are developing right now, including tourism, as Roman said at the very beginning, it cannot be separated from the main part, that is the support of our armed forces and the defensibility. The idea with cadre and personnel is a burning question everywhere, including the armed forces of Ukraine. Correspondingly, how Lviv is getting ready for this and Lviv approach in this regards? Well, obviously that from the very first days of war, Lviv became a humanitarian hub, and through Lviv, approximately 5 million people went through Lviv from the very beginning of the war. Right now, there is remaining on approximately 150,000 IDPs living in Lviv. That is why the idea of looking for cadre and personnel is one of the main elements of success. All in all, in all spheres, since this is the human centricity is the basement in all branches. That is why a huge amount of work is done with the IDPs. For example, since the beginning of the full-scale invasion in Lviv, there were established such I would say, container towns, camps. This was done very fast to allocate people as IDPs as well as other shelters for them to live in. And correspondingly, a huge amount of work was done by our town in terms of work with the IDPs in order to engage them to the highest extent and to provide them the possibilities to kind of reorientate, reprofile, retrain. And there were even mobile teams working, and that would move from one area to another one where the IDPs lived in Lviv, in order to, first of all, to propose them relevant possibilities for job and to offer them the programs at which they could have reprofile and gain new education, new set of skills, and corresponding new expertise. In the same very manner, what Miss Nina recalled about veterans, a huge amount of work is done with veterans. We also have this kind of vouchers for the support of businesses done by veterans. And it's not about veteran businesses. It also has to do with the support of the IDP businesses and those business ideas or innovations that will help to create additional jobs in the workplaces and to create those lines of work that for the town and for the whole country are important. That is why right now in Lviv City Council there is approximately 8 different voucher programs are active that are co-funded and help to develop businesses and to create new workplaces. And the center of the support of the entrepreneurship that also is open, up and running. It's another line of work with veterans. There is, in the same very manner we are developing a rehabilitation center Unbroken in Lviv, and correspondingly that also has to do with the work with veterans directly in the rehabilitation center directly. When we had the field trips, when at each of the locations for the veterans who went through rehabilitation, were helped to create and to find out any kind of new senses, help them to implement their ideas, again, as a part of socialization, rehabilitation, adaptation, and reprofiling. Also, we work a lot with the professional vocational training establishments. There is an active job done in terms of professionalization of work with technical education in order to create and to activate or to change the approaches for the world and to receive specialty and to the quality of the specialty. But again, based on the rehabilitation center, for example, perhaps if we are talking about inseparability from our main mission, well, today the main mission of Lviv is precisely the humanitarian medical hub and the help to rehabilitate the wounded soldiers. And precisely in this very line of work, for this whole components of tourism industry are working that allow us to become more inclusive, more accessible, and based on this very center are broken. For the investments, together with the rehabilitation center, we implement such programs together with the professional technical establishments, and this is a small project, but it will be scaled up for others, including, say, hospitals and other units of rehabilitational direction. And Nezlabny, Unbroken, that's, I would say, this kind of, there was this barbershop idea when together with the co-founders, we created a barbershop in a hospital where together together with the professional technical high educational establishments will be working with, where those soldiers, wounded soldiers who went through rehabilitation, for them to gain a new specialty, for them to be able to work there, to be able to provide services, and also to those people who go through rehabilitation activities. Again, that's a huge amount of search for personnel, new senses, rehabilitation, socialization, and adaptation. So that's a small, pointy parameters. And if you're talking about barbershop right now, and we try to scale it up towards, say, cooking or creation of some kind of a cooking center. For again, that's also a service that is provided in hospitals, say the provision of food, as well as correspondingly, this can be something where veterans can be involved that are going through rehabilitation. That's why these kind of things we're trying to scale them up for other establishments that provide help to wounded soldiers. Thank you, Mr. Andriy. Let us give him a round of applause. That's a very full answer. Miss Olga, you travel all over Ukraine much, and you have visited more than, I would say, 500,000 of different touristic locations. You saw pretty good examples of a successful development of communities, of small and middle-sized businesses in touristic sector. Can you please give some kind of advices to the businesses? By what means can they create quality-like product for them, basically to touch the tourists, for this product to have the success, for people to come back, and to make sure that these rumors on the street would work? Well, good afternoon, everyone. Glory to Ukraine and glory to heroes. I did not count how many locations we visited, and truth be told, during these 4 years, when we are creating videos about popular and not known touristic sites in Ukraine, and we indeed saw the tourism from the inside, and we have a pretty good example of how one can do it in the right way and how one should not do that at all. And now, taking into account that, well, I would really like that for Ukrainian tourism to be oriented also for the foreign tourist. I would like to emphasize two global trends, world trends in traveling that are popular all over the world. First is the epoch of impressions, and Lviv is utilizing this in a very good manner, because when you go to the coffee place in Lviv, you receive not only the coffee place, there's a whole fire show going on around. If you go there to have a lunch and you go to the restaurant and you pop up in a just a regular apartment with some kind of random guy who is asking you to peel out the potato, and when you come out of Lviv, you have so many emotions that you come back to your location and you invite your mother, your sister, and you tell them what kind of emotions you saw there in Lviv, and you start to share that with them. And that's a pretty good idea and history that this epoch of and the time of impressions launches this kind of rumors on the streets, even no need to do any kind of advertisement, because people gain the emotions and they want to share these emotions with others. That is why this kind of global trend is still on and will be on for several years. It's a good trend and you can use this in your businesses. And the second global trend that is pretty relatively new one, but that is actively spinning up in Ukraine, that's about what is called slow travel. When people get tired of first some kind of chaotical life of big city, or people who got tired of sirens, alarms, shellings, and simply want to go somewhere whereas there is no any other human beings. We're surrounded by just ships and stars, just to be alone, just to listen to the noise of birds, of wind, to read a book, and nothing to be disturbed by. That is why right now in Carpathian Mountains they have this kind of Instagram houses. It will take 3 hours for you to get to them using horses and ponies, far away from civilization, because people want sometimes to be really stay in silence and in a calm situation. I would look after these two global trends. And the third trend that is precisely going on in Ukraine and spinning up in Ukraine, there is this kind of request for our own something. And the head of the Opisha village saying that these kind of ceramical products that have become so much popular and demanded, because Ukrainians have the demand for something that belongs to them, because they cherish them. They want to have this Opishnya ceramic products and pottery. They want to have a pretty good and decent vyshyvanka. That is why by doing something quality like Ukrainian, that's another topic I would like to pay your attention to. Thank you so much.
Would you give us an example of successful union of local communities for good results? Yes, we have several good examples of successful communities, and they have one thing in common, that the community got united. Businesses don't compete, but they cooperate and they enforce one another. And such communities develop very well even in time of war. For example, Verkhovina, that part of Ukraine that's stolen my heart. I'm always amazed how it's being changed, how uh, tourist infrastructure is being improving. We That's the case when young men studied in Ivano-Frankivsk. They returned to their hometown. They did not wait until the government will build something for them, but they themselves started developing the area. They started working with their community. They started talking to their people, the owners of hotels, shops, and they have united all of these entities. We have some friends there, and I talked. We have friends there, and last year one of them told me that they have more tourists right now than they have before the war. They have some like lonely houses where people might go and just spend some time. There's an opportunity for them to get on like a boat and on the river and kind of sail down the river. They can try the Hutsul cuisine. So we do have successful cases. For that we have to get united and we have to create something in common and something big. Artemi, before the war you have created a program for active people. Several days ago, I received a letter from Morocco. He sends his greetings to you because some time ago he went through your program and he has created first a tattoo salon in a Muslim country. You have changed the life of a foreigner. Now it is time to change the life of Ukrainians, to improve life of Ukrainians. You have traveled a lot, and I think you continue to travel. What advices what advices can you give how we can make money using Ukrainian nature and the cultural historical heritage? What advices do you have for small villages, for small towns? How they create businesses? Thank you, Maxim. Greetings to you, nice people. I want to share my experience. My traveled stopped at visiting 151 country on the 24th of February. It gave me an opportunity to see what is in the world, to look and to find like impressions, talking about general potential of the country, talking about the countries, talking about its historical, architectural, and traditions. Majority of the world countries, countries that I have visited, countries that I visited and saw, uh, I saw wonderful, and so Ukraine wins. Ukraine has more of such wonderful places than most countries of the world. Second, starting from the last year, I keep on visiting Ukraine, oblast by oblast, or region by region, and I make documentaries. It's continuation of the project from. It's called Big Circle. That's traveling around the world. Second part is about visiting various parts of Ukraine. We have about 30,000 of towns and villages, and majority of those towns and villages, they are perishing. They are perishing. It means that our villages and our small and big villages, they are dying out in front of our eyes. We see that. Why do they die out? Because there is no energy, energy to act, energy of economics, and everything is slowly is dying out. Just several examples from what we saw, including your community. We made videos of those, and those projects you shared about, we have videos about them. We do that quietly, not even informing people. There are only several communities that have a vision. Only several communities change that trajectory of into a trajectory of survival. We all have to realize that, because it's probably for many communities that's the only way of survival. Even more, as Oleg has said, there is very interesting situation and window of opportunities as we get into helicopter, and as we can see it from helicopter view, based on experience of other countries who reached big success in tourism industry. How can we use it? We have the situation where the tourism is slowing down, then we're moving into recovery. People need to recover in this digital world, this economy of impressions, and also concentration on the local. And we might call it the conscious attitude towards tourism and rest. Our country has a juicy potential for all of this based on due to architecture history. We have a great opportunity to develop projects that will help communities and economics using this knowledge and experience. And this way, our chances will increase. There is a theory that says if you begin something new that has an upcoming trend, then you will move faster than that already is established. How can we do that? Who are key actors or who are key players? Because all of us are in the bubble. All of us are in this topic. We have travel bloggers, others work in tourism sphere, but we're in a bubble. That bubble gives us impressions that everyone understands everything, and there's plenty of everything. Yes, people have understanding, and people hear about this, but that's not the reality. If we get out and we talk to people on the streets, we will understand that people have no clue about tourism. People and society do not consider tourism as an instrument, as one of the most effective instruments for development. As experience shows up of those countries which are analyzed, like Croatia, which Emirates, Azerbaijan, Georgia. Tourism in those countries became one of the primary sources of budget funding. In my view, we have to change our attitude, change attitude of society and attitude of key leaders towards the tourism. This view is, there's tourism, just one of those things. Yes, tourism is a key instrument for changes. For you who are present here, and your friends, they're the key actors, key people in doing that. As we travel all over the country, we get into some local community and start talking to people. Most people do not understand. Majority of people do not understand those opportunities. That's why people we have to address to are local communities and heads of local communities. Our social networks give us good opportunity, teach us well how to advertise something. That's why, in my view, we have to involve leaders of local communities and kind of inflame them all. And we have some success in doing that. We ourselves have kind of pushed that idea, travel all over Ukraine, And before COVID, we kind of arranged or advertised this idea of travel over Ukraine, and now we have to do something similar. We have to persuade people to believe that tourism, it is good, it is great, and it's very effective. Because we have to remember, and we return to my first idea that's there are only few countries that are better from tourist perspectives than Ukraine, but we are better than 90% of all the countries in the world in terms of tourism, and we have to use it. Thank you, Artemi. Thank you for all the participants of this panel discussion. Some ideas were quite painful, but we have to be realistic and realistically look at situation. And thank you for all the inspiring ideas and inspiring views on the tourism in Ukraine. I believe that your expert thoughts will help to develop our local communities. Did you want to tell something? Yes, I want to add to your words regarding the ways to deliver idea of importance of tourism into local communities and to the government. I'm the head of investment department, and I worked in my previous work in this sphere. We have Mr. Grabarchuk, who is also working in the tourism industry. Some people from Kharkiv. All together, we participated in various exhibitions, and we tried to deliver the idea of importance of tourism development. We had great conference on tourism, and everywhere we emphasized how much income government might gain, society can gain from tourism. So, of course, talking about these issues in our reality is much more difficult because there are questions how people will come here, who will come here, but we do have to talk about that. We should not only talk about it. As for our statistics in 2023, there were over 1,200 various events. Lviv has become a humanitarian hub where many business and other delegations come to, many journalists. Also, I already mentioned about the Unbroken Rehabilitation Center. Many doctors come here who share their experience. Lviv develops the Unbroken Network. And that's the network which involves or invites other towns, and we commonly emphasize the importance of resilience, and it's very important that other towns, other cities, and countries would join in these efforts so we can help one another. International cooperation is always profitable. There are many delegations that come into different towns and cities all over Ukraine. All of this creates creates business tourism. Of course, that was difficult before war. Work with local community was not easy. but we have to continue on pushing uh, tourism because it's important, crucial sector of economy. Of course, we have to work in the context of our context, but it is possible. Also, the mayor of Lviv always often talks about opening the airport, and in this ways we can expedite the business. Please be very brief because it's time of next discussion panel. I would like to say one thing.
So you recall the idea that right now there is war going on, and now many people, obviously, well, are afraid to do something, and we don't have tourists. People don't come to us. I will share my conclusions and again my impressions. This is a huge opportunity window, a huge one. Why is it a huge one? And why am I not exaggerating here? Is because luckily wars do not happen that much often, and as a rule, this kind of possibility windows and opportunity windows do not happen that often. As a trajectory of many countries who went through wars show, after that, and we will definitely have it. We will after that goes a huge boom of tourism. Mr. Artem, thank you all for finishing up on that positive note. Would like to put a break here. I would really hope that there will be this uprising, and because you did this, you said this very wrong, in a very correct way. That people are the main engine of our tourist industry. Thank you for much. Thank you so much for this. That is why, dear friends, colleagues, participants of our summit, currently we have a pretty good news for you. We have a lunchtime. However, I would kindly ask you all to take a look at your clock and watches, perhaps maybe to set the alarm at 13:30, because at 13:30 we're supposed to be back here. We have still a big data, we have inclusiveness, and we have a Made in Ukraine gastronomy tour, Ukrainian gastronomy tour. Very important question, so please come back here at 13:30. Thank you. So the restaurant where the lunch will be is located on the first floor, and the coordinators will help you and orient and navigate you. Thank you. Okay, dear guests, we kindly ask you to take your seats. If you happen to see that somebody is missing from your right or left, please let this person know to come back because we are about to begin. Colleagues, friends, those of you who are coming back from lunch and those of you who used to sit there back there on the back seats, we kindly ask you to move forward to the frontal seats. It's much easier to see from here. It is much easier to hear the speakers. You will have all the chances to address your questions to the speakers. You will feel the whole vibe going on. So please, yeah, just move a little bit forward. Kindly ask you, those who used to sit on the back seats, please
Відчувати спікерів краще.
to feel, see, hear the speakers better, please move to the frontal lines. And everyone who will be joining us, it will be much easier for them because they will take your very seats at the very back end of the hall. And yeah, immediately you can see those people who have just had lunch because they are smiling, full of energy, ready to listen, to address questions. That's a pretty good scene. Just one more minute and we will begin. I kindly ask those of you who is closer to sitting to the coffee break area, please call the ladies or gentlemen who are standing over there to join us. Yeah, just ask them to come to us and we will start. And while everyone is taking their seats, would like to say that National Touristic Summit is happening within the framework of international cooperation with EU for business, recovery, competitionability, and internationalization. And it is co-founded by European Union and the government of Germany, and is being implemented by the Germany JIZ organization. Thank you. And precisely due to this very program, we have a possibility to have this conversation between low and middle businesses, authorities to come to common denominator and to for the development of tourism in Ukraine, of the development of Ukraine as a result of it. That is why these kind of things are very and very important. Thank you. We are about to launch the panel number 3, the one that we will be listening to very attentively. And if you happen to have any questions, this kind of things might happen that a couple of minutes will be left for you to address your questions. Please do not be shy. Ask your questions, participate, because panel discussion is designed in such a format for you to have some questions, have some comments or additions, or any kind of thoughts or ideas to be born that you can implement in your communities, in your entities, and to do astronomical and touristical branch better in Ukraine. So the third panel discussion is devoted to big data and development, and the moderator of the third panel discussion will be Denis Rilsky. Would kindly ask him to come up front, the first moderator of our discussion. In the panel discussion, there will be participation Irina Sidletska, the president of the Association of Hotels and Resorts in Ukraine. Yes, please, Miss Irina. Sonia Sotus, the director of the Ukrainian office APCO worldwide. Olha Mishenko, the Hotel Metrics project leader. And Mr. Volodymyr Bega, the mayor and the head of Slavske village community. And truth be told, would like to do a little bit of an advertisement. If you happen to be very close here in the evening, very close to this place, there is an amazing restaurant with a nice Ukrainian cuisine. And I think that Mr. Volodymyr it will be good for him if you happen to be in the Bernandil restaurant and if you try your cuisine and food there, because that's the development of Ukrainian gastronomy tours, and I'm happy to announce that, because I was the lucky one visiting this place a couple of days ago and I did not regret. Also would like to ask Tatiana Grinuk to come up front, the leader of the Touristical Informational Center Bukovel. And we're about to begin, I guess. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I think that this will be the most interesting panel at this very summit. Yeah, without any exaggeration, but unfortunately we have only 1 hour. And I will try to keep up with time. It is generally known that during any shakes of any country, the first thing that suffers is this fear of services, the need for rest, for entertainment, for traveling, for purchase some kind of things, is postponed on the second background and is being superseded by the satisfaction of primary needs. The situation with COVID and the further war in Ukraine is a very nice example of the impact on such an area as tourism, event industry, art processes, and so on. Obviously, we all know the situation about the tourism internally and externally. There is a war going on in this country, and it's logical is that in this very branch, the spheres of activities that are not about war, perhaps one has to postpone them for the better times and to concentrate precisely on victory. However, how can one do with dozens of unique touristic destinations in Ukraine, where hundreds of cool hotels are located, houses located, resort areas are located, or other businesses that are there, and for which thousands of subject matter experts work who pay taxes, feed their children, and as a matter of fact, create the additional cost and might not even want and do not even want or can or cannot do anything else because that's their purpose. Our panel discussion about management and about precisely people who impact the industry in such a way that if not for a recovery and become successful during war times, but at least to be afloat and for the international experience to be involved, to be the most modern narratives to be utilized and to utilize everything possible for Ukraine to be able to hear from everywhere and for people to work in different destinations and to develop tourism in Ukraine. And I would kindly ask you just a couple of minutes per each of you to tell about what you do and what you are concerned about and what are your thoughts about tourism in Ukraine. Good afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, Mr. Moderator I gave him a hint that I also got here prepared. I also have a presentation, but before the turn will come to presentation, my name is Irina Sidletska. I represent the resorts of Ukraine, and I'm happy to have anything to do with the organization of this very event, because the purpose of this summit is to support low and middle class businesses and organization of dialogue between all the branches of power, as we have already mentioned today, because we had people's deputies in Ukraine here, and only by doing this kind of common efforts we can achieve what we are talking about here, for the branch to be not only afloat, but even during war times to also be prepared to meet and greet foreign tourists in the times when the post-pandemic characters are coming back to 100% efficiency That's what European statistics talks about. And at the end, with these numbers, we will have them. And the association is doing everything possible to ensure the competition ability and to get ready for this nice period of time when the war will be over. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sonia Soltus. I was born in the States, but I chose to live in Ukraine. And perhaps would like to say that my native language was Ukrainian up to 5 years old, but then I had to switch into English. Well, if I say something wrong, just give me a hint, okay? I love Ukraine very much. I want people all over the world to see Ukraine the way I see it. A beautiful, extraordinary, historical, key country, all in all, generally in the whole world. And I think that now we have demonstrated ourselves to the whole world. We have demonstrated who we are, what kind of people we are, what we have shown our resilience. And I want this to turn into a tourism. And I want people to be here, to have a part, at least a drop of this impeccable, extraordinary hope, inspiration that is there every day in Ukraine. All in all, I've been working for a long time was the biggest brand in the world, Coca-Cola, for 20 years. I started my career here in Ukraine. The first time I went to Ukraine, that was in 1991, and I was living in Lviv back at the time. My roots of my family are in Zhovkva, not far away from here. So I call myself a lady from Lviv, a lady from Galicia, but although I'm Ukrainian. And I've been working in Coca-Cola for a long time, and I think that Ukrainian brand now that's the highest moment for us to represent it to the whole world. And I think that together we all will be able to build something extraordinary here. My honest greetings to all of you. I'm Olga Mishenko. I'm the Hotel Metrics project leader. I'm the hotel analyst. And firstly, I would like to gratitude every one of you because that's our common effort. When we're talking about touristic destinations, obviously we want to see what kind of results and outcomes and dimensions are there in one region or another region. And only due to the fact that we are here working together in this project, yes, indeed, we are working upon it, we can receive the data to do quality like decision making. In terms of hotels and management, I hope that we will be talking about that further on. Thank you. My name is Volodymyr Beha. I am the mayor of Slavske village. Can I talk a little bit about my dreams? My dream is to have a ministry of tourism in Ukraine with our own minister, and for us to have, back in those time when we were going to Turkey many times, you go to that one season, and next season you come there, you have the many kilometers long line of impeccable buildings. And I asked our nickel tour guys, and I asked him why, because he said, well, the second word in other parliament is after the minister of tourism. The word number one has the minister of defense. The word number two is minister of tourism, because they understand, because tourism breeds the second income to the whole country, to the whole budget of the country. My good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tatiana Krenyuk, and for me, the word tourism is something much more than a branch of economy. It's my life, actually. And since very childhood, I've been traveling. I received a professional education in Kyiv National University, named after Taras Shevchenko. After that, I started my working path in companies that are touristic operators that are dealing with the following: to send Ukrainians abroad. And for a long time, I've been working in this very branch. And at some point of my life, I definitely, as Artemi tells, I saw lots of other countries, and I'm I'm lacking this kind of things that we don't have them. Some of the things in Ukraine. Since that time, I made a decision for myself that I will be working in the internal tourism of Ukraine. And for me, the circumstances we have right now, they are leaving much to be desired. But right now, I look at it definitely as a window for possibilities. It is definitely about Ukrainians finally to be able to see our country, for Ukrainians to see, to love, to fall in love with it, and to stay here, and to travel, to discover, and later on, when everything will be fine, when the borders will be open, and when there will be possibility to move abroad. Yeah, just keep a mic with you. I have a very precise question to you. You, as a leader of the Touristic Informational Center Bukovel, well, take into account your practices and experience. What kind of strategies do you use to involve tourists into the region during war times? Precisely, what do you do? I know that people still come to you, but perhaps still you are organizing some things. Can you tell more about that? Yeah, I would like to tell about this, and I would like to start with the following. We had a previous panel discussion about the development of communities, and I think that any touristic destination, if it takes this or that decision to be involved in the tourism, and it's an important branch of economy for this community, the touristic informational center, that's a must-have platform. And touristic informational center, I would I would begin with the following, that we we have such tourists now in Ukraine who need help, who need who need kind of a hand that will meet them at this or that destination, will introduce them this destination place, and make them fall in love into this destination. So what do we precisely try to do? We have touristic informational center, that's a platform about the content of your recreation in Bukovel area. What do? We help the guests of our resort to answer the question, what will be precisely that highest peak, highest point of your tour? What this person will keep in mind mostly after the time he or she comes back home? And for us, the main priority currently is an active recreation. That's hiking, that's popularization of hiking routes and trails. When we are in Bukovel is in the very heart of Carpathian Mountains, and that is why, based on the touristic informational center, separately we allocate managers who consult the guests of the resort about the possible capabilities of this very area. They tell them about the marking signs on different trails, what kind of trails there are, what kind of level of complexity they have, to what points you can reach. We tell them about potential of Carpathian Mountains, and about that Bukovel itself is at the very intersection of biggest trials for our country: Northern Goverla, Chornogora mountain spikes. And our task is to understand the needs of our guests and to plan their recreation at this very resort. So basically, you're popularizing 365 days a year. Plus, you're doing the promotion of the territory, and you offer different scenarios what one can be doing, and you offer people to come to you. I would like to say that, take into account Carpathians have two hearts, Slavska and Bukovel. It's important to keep in mind. Next question I have is for Miss Olha. In terms of hotel metrics, we know that you participate a lot in touristic and other events, and you are actively popularizing hotel metrics as a platform for touristic data that is accumulating the numbers for all of us to work better, for all of us to have the awareness. How, during this kind of complex time, can hotel metrics help hotels and different destination places to obey the information about waves of tourists, or where should they be putting their efforts mostly to? How can your system help during war times? thank you so much, Dennis, for this very question. That's very big in volume question. But let us start from the very beginning. What is hotel metrics? Hotel metrics is what is called benchmarking. Benchmarking is comparison. That's something that in life of any human being we have. We are always comparing something to something. On the market of hotels, benchmarking appeared, well, I would say 50 years ago, and that's a standard. In any case, even when we build a hotel in some kind of isolated destination place, still we have our own market there, and we are the participants of this very market because our guests choose not only my hotel, they saw the value other hotel, for example. They can be in completely different destination places according to the similarity of their services, but that's again called a market. And so the way we help, so the hotels are looking forward to work in a dynamic sphere with dynamic tariffs. And let me explain why. Very often in our conversations, when we are looking at demand and at the load of work, and this is mostly about Paleozoic era, because this would be a marker for the efficiency of the work of a hotel when we didn't have any competition on the market, when we didn't have internet, when the prices were fixed the whole year old. So back at the time, we could look at the load for the hotel and say, yeah, that's nine. What do we have now? We have online tariffs. We are changing them constantly. Some hotels can change them even from day to day and depending on the demand. I'm not even talking about the martial law situation, but the idea of creation of changing the prices several times per day, and especially for this very purpose. What kind of measurements do we have? We have the average tariff, we have the load, we have another benchmarks, but other hotels ask themselves, what do we have to offer? And then they change their strategy. So we looked at the situations, we looked at the results, we looked at how we worked, what can we adjust, and then we move on. So what I see lots of hotels that are the participants of Hotel Metrics in this very hall, and please join. Those of you who have not joined us, join us, and we will be happy to collaborate with you. Yeah, but many of them do not want to share their data due to some reasons. I will not raise them right now because of the peculiarities of their own business. Somebody simply has his or her own individual parameters, their own situation on their premises, the number of rooms, the type of the object, the territory, maybe landscape, and so on. So they have just different things. And turns out that there is no one big objective picture talking about the market. Let us wrap up again in 2 words what one should do for those people who are afraid to launch this hotel metric system to join that. Well, I will recall a couple of scenarios. Scenario number 1. The owner of the hotel tells. So the manager comes to the owner and tells, well, there is this program, comparison program. Let us participate in it. He said, no, I don't want to share my data. We do not need it at all. There can be another scenario. A manager tells to the director, well, who we have as the competitions? Okay, let us wait until somebody else launches these hotel metric systems. And there is scenario number 3. So on the market, on a hotel, a manager comes and tells, well, you want results from me. In order for me to achieve this very result, I need to have these and that instruments and tools. And for this instrument, that's a basic course to go through in all international schools. And Denise, I'm happy that what you say is this kind of questions pops up very often, and for me it's a little bit painful because there is a situation occurring that you to that big extent do not trust this instrument, that you think that we will use your data, maybe share it with somebody else. So it's not that I'm coming to your hotel and tell you, well, you take such big money from me for the renting an apartment, perhaps you want to pull my leg. I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you. For this very money, you will provide me quality like services. That is why it should be the other way around. That is streets with two ways. That's road with two ways road. So when you work with these instruments, you can do your own conclusions that that can achieve better results. I definitely know those hotels who come with a better income even during war times.
Volodymyr, a question to you. We agreed that we will talk about some painful issues. What is the situation and what are the perspectives? Our situation is the same one as the war. And as we gather, we talk. Meanwhile, our boys in the East, they are there. They might not understand what we're talking about, but we are talking about tomorrow. And as we gather, we plan about our upcoming work and about future. It means that we did give up, and we carry responsibility for our part of work. I already answered some answers which Minister of Tourism should have answered. So let us go into our sinful earth and let us talk about situation on our land. I have a short video. It's controversial, and I'll show you why have we done it the way we did. And thank you. Why this video is controversial? Because when we discussed with our filmmaker what should we show, and this video was taken in 2021 in times of COVID. We didn't want to show the crowds of people. We just wanted to show Slavsk as it is, just to show the truth without any there were big ideas for 2022. The big investors came into Slavsko and they wanted to build a lot of facilities. We had major ideas how connect Slavsko with the neighboring region. We had many other plans, but this video was just the first part of the video, and we really wanted to have a second part, but because of war, it's put on pause, and we are sure that there will be continuation of this story. Talking about the tourism and talking about the painful thing, let me talk about the. This is the base. Here are the main information we should have. If you want to build a house, you have to have a plan. Can you try to imagine that you're a bus driver and you don't know how much fuel you have and how many kilometers you can go, where you go, how many passengers can you take? Maybe we don't know which region, we don't know where to go, we don't know for how long people are going to come. Some last year ago, an investor came to our town and asked, who is coming to Slavsky? Give me some foundational information. I was not ready to give him this information, and he said, "Okay, when you have this necessary information, let me know, and we will know where we will invest money." Just try to imagine the whole industry is basically going like with eye blinded, having no idea where to go. And thank you for doing your work. We're like kamikaze. We don't know where we build. We risk every single day, and starting with COVID, and now it's through the war. And I give you big respect that we push this issue forward. So I hope that it's the third year of our work. We started this with Natalia Tabaka, who is the head of tourism department. We were meeting with various responsible people. Thank you, Mariana Leskiv. Thanks to his efforts, we are looking forward to get this new law about tourism, about this tourism fee, because without it we have no way to go, and that will be very difficult for us to move forward. We'll just walk in circles endlessly, and that's pretty sad. That's why I want that even at last there would be good tourist fee management. We talked a lot about that with Dmitro, sadly he's not here. When we started visiting foreign countries, and in Poland, tourist workers, they were very amazed. We went to Austria and to Tyrol, and they live just off the tourism, and we started talking to them about that. And as you go to receptionists and you put your data, who are you? That's for our authorities. Where you from? Where to, and for how long have you come? So you put all this information into, and the question is, we have this issue. Why should we do this? So basically, in Ukraine we have this DIA program. We just come and just give this information. And they were pretty much amazed that here in Ukraine we have DIA program and we can easily put all the necessary information because we have it in our phones. That's why I think we will be able to deal with that, to understand what we are going on with as the mayor of the Slavsko. Here we have diagram, and this is for your attention. 24,700. That's the tourist fee. 247,000. Then last year, 1,200,000. It's maybe because the fee changed from 8 to 40 hryvnias, but that's not all. Third point is if during weekends into Slavsk, people will come into all the rooms. So as we count, that's 6,240,000 people. That's just tourist fee if people just come in for the weekend. We are talking about 5,000 beds, sleeping places that we have. There's a number of places for people to stay, 5,000. Our eyes opened widely when we have realized since the beginning of the war, when so many people came, we were very surprised to realize that 8,700 people actually moved to Slavskia during in the beginning of the war. So we're basically maybe speaking that there are 12 to 15 places or sleeping places for people to stay. But okay, let us count that there are 5,000 people. If we're talking about 30-40% of hotels being filled, spaces being taken, so if 30% of our rooms are taken, then we will have 12 million income from a tourist fee. I'm talking about big hotels. Everything is good with the big hotels, but private hostels are out of control. We cannot control them. There were times when we didn't know how many rooms we have, and when soccer players, soccer fans, football fans came to Lviv many years ago, and every one of them had their flags, and they put their flags in the windows. So we were shocked to realize how many hostels actually we have, which they didn't work openly before. And we're talking about future, about this possible perspective of 21 million hryvnias income in the future. Talking about this issue, we have Bukovel, and they have similar experience over there, but probably they do some things differently. Of course, in times like this, association is a big help to work with the government. To how is the association? Do you have the market players to work effectively? How do you do? What do you do? Thank you very much for your question. I cannot comment on the previous information on the laws that changes in the laws that have to be taken. I don't know how many tourists we have in Bukovel and how many rooms we have in Bukovel. But it also just demonstrates how this branch lives. As Olha said, it is very important for us to have the current information on this tourism industry. In this way, we can make our decisions better. So as for the moment, we do not have information how many hotels are actually functioning in Ukraine, and only when we put our efforts together, join our efforts, then we will have that information. Answering your questions, I want to have a little presentation. Our organization was founded in 2020. I must confess that it is because of pandemics that we had hotel groups had to create full public organization, unified public organization, and that's our sector of tourist industry that we're working with. There are 4 directions that we work with. That's GR, that's working with the governments, with all the branches of representatives of government, in order to provide necessary changes. Also, at the same time, we had very important dialogues of weakening limitations because it was impossible to get out of the house. Hotels also needed to survive, so we were with our governments on ongoing basis. So we had to develop the special some recommendations towards the sanitary service. Second direction is expertise. We help hotels to understand the rules the hotels they should obey, the laws, changes in our legislations, also about the taxation system and like issues where the person works full-time or part-time, and so we helped our hotels to gather information that is current for Europe. So this is the way of a major support of this branch. Data bank is third. That's analytics in order to analyze how branch works and to make different decisions. Governmental decisions, also management decisions. It's our big problem is we don't know how many hotels we have in Ukraine. Of course, the government institution has some statistics. Some information is closed, and also there is a big mess to which segment hotel, motel, hostel, or a private house belongs to. There are no established criteria to really determine to which kind of hotel or whatever certain institution belongs. That's something we're working on alongside with the government agency of tourist development, and we have big hope that there will be some changes and also unified system in the way we classify hotel, hostel, and what are requirements for these businesses must exist towards European standards, the standards that have been used in many countries of the world. Alongside with this, I'm not afraid to say that pretty much every single day we receive 2 or 3 requests on how this industry suffered, what are the changes, what are the changes in economics. In order to answer those questions, we have our own researches, and I hope very much that the next step we announced that publicly we will have formed the investigation or research on how this war situation influenced on the hotel industry, restaurants, and the next 1.5 2 months we will have this research, and I hope it will demonstrate us we will see the damage of the war and the 2 years of pandemics that we had before. The fourth direction is connection. We help to find proper contacts. Of course, it's working with the foreign partners, tourism operators, distributors, and for this reason, we visit foreign exhibitions. Of course, we do not invite people to come to Ukraine yet, but answering the question, our priority is the renewal of relationship with international distributors, also including that includes the program that we talked today. That's we want our hotel industry would be competitive. We everywhere we go, we announce that our hotels work. Yes, the profit from this work is not the highest now, but we're working on hotels, and we want that our hotels would provide better services. We keep an eye on the trends, and we share information with our hotels. So when the war ends, we should be up to date. Also supporting to the point of what association does for hotel infrastructure, including that program E for Business. This year we have translated international manual for terminology. It's a unified system of hotel system. This is the ABC system, which majority of foreign hotels work, and it helps all of us speaks with the same terms. What it means, what is the average price, how to analyze the restrooms, how to analyze income structure, because many don't know how to get the data properly, because not everyone knows really how to divide restaurant income, other services income, and all of this is very important for us, so we will speak the same language and would have the same approaches everywhere. Also international standards in our terms. It is very important in our program and program of reform of classifications of hotels and other places. We have analyzed majority of approaches and standards with SO standards. Hotels, stars unions, hotels, hot track hotels, and those proposals that were drawn with the help of DART and were not in the project. We will do everything we can that international standards will be implemented, and our event really emphasizes this. So in short, we do everything that hotel sector of Ukraine would be member of international hotel communion, and we work not based on our own rules, but looking at what is taking place in Europe and European Union.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it seems to me that besides such a macro vision, we also would wish to have some kind of practical, precise working things that we are interested in right now and here. Perhaps I will formulate my second question about this one, because this all is such a scientific, I would say, scientific research approach. Obviously, it is important and one should not stop it, but the reality we live in right now a little bit different. And in addition to that, one wants to have some kind of to hear something kind of mechanical or technical in terms of what to do. Sonia Solotus, we talked with you a day before yesterday. It was very inspiring when we were getting you ready for the speech, and your macroeconomical vision, and especially with the experience of a company that, in the direct meaning of this word, um, enters the huge countries and promotes them on the international level and creates a whole image for another countries. That's indeed an impeccable level. And from this perspective, I'd like to address the question. While taking a look at Ukraine from the outside, with the eyes of a foreign tourist, which problems does the touristic branch has? And since we do not forget, and we're thinking about coming back to tourism, to the full meaning of this word, from which side should we start the recovery of Ukraine in terms of tourism? Well, yes, thank you. The firm I'm working at right now, APCO, that's indeed the world company. We work with almost 40 countries all over the world. And we have done so many works with different countries in order to change their image, especially after COVID, after some, so to say, natural disasters that happened in their countries, whether it was Egypt or Japan, or many more works has been done in Israel. And I would say that before COVID times, before the war, I think that we have to take a look at it from the real perspective, that perhaps Ukraine was not the first destination for many tourists. They didn't think about it, they didn't consider this. Ukraine was a terra incognita for them, nobody knew about Ukraine much. That was not problematic because there was, and there are still tourists who are that much interested in discovering something new for themselves. And before COVID and before war, we started to see that lots of bloggers, lots of different touristic mass media started to tell about Ukraine and to talk about Ukraine. But Ukraine has to speak up for itself. We have to represent ourselves the way we want people think about us. And truth be told, I am also happy to see that there is this Ministry of Tourism ideas. We want it to be, yes. But what I would like to say is that for the government to really think more properly about this one, because this is something that is really needed these days. And I think you all have seen different companies, whether in Turkey, we also worked with Turkey, any brand, any company has to speak up for itself. The same goes for the country. The country has to speak up for itself. We have to represent ourselves and how we want people to think about us and to be interested in coming to Ukraine. Right now, to have this gallantry to come to the Western Ukraine and to try to take a look at what Ukraine really is like, to get this inspiration and to say that I was there where it was, where the troubles were, and it was impeccable. I liked it. I would say that this kind of organizations, as you all together, to unite and to decide what is the way how you want to represent your country for a foreign tourist. Let us talk about the following. We have the capabilities and chances to apply and for religious tourists. We have chances to apply for Ukrainians abroad. There was a very successful program in Israel called Birthright. I'm not sure whether you have heard about this one. When Western Jews took responsibility so that their kids and themselves at least one time to come to Ukraine, to Israel, sorry. And millions of people would come to Israel to see what Israel is, to see their roots, to understand what this is, what this means. Currently, Israel, they also started to develop their tourism. Ukraine has the same capabilities too. Before the COVID times, before the war, Ukraine was a huge destination for young people who wanted to come to Ukraine and to see those DJ. I didn't attend it. My daughter did, and all her friends would used to come from the States, from Europe, from everywhere, simply to be here at the weekends and to dance as never before that. And this kind of segmentation, it should be here. Not everyone would just want to take a look to go to Lviv to take a look at the cobblestone. Everyone will have something that is particular interest for him or her, and that is our responsibilities as Ukrainians to solve. Well, I consider myself Ukrainian, even though I'm American, but as Ukrainians, to depict our country in the best way possible, and we have to do this brand by now. And I think that all hotels, touristic agencies, coffee places, they have all to understand what it is like to represent your country, and in the united efforts to depict it in such a way when people come here. We have to speak about it even from abroad. Say, in Egypt, we did a huge campaign for Egypt. After COVID times, nobody wanted to go there. They were scared because they had an awful situation there. They did a campaign. And we have to keep in mind that there are countries who, after the huge problems, either natural disasters, but still had to communicate. And this is something that the country itself was supposed to do. And we had to communicate about everything and to invite people to us. I remember a poem when I was of Susura, love Ukraine, love it as sun. We have to learn everyone to love Ukraine the way we love the sun, and to transmit and to relay this idea. Yeah, that's a very powerful idea, I would say. Well, we already, even in this very poem, we have everything written down there. To say Ukraine, love Ukraine as you love sun, as you love vegetation, as you love water, and as you love wind. We have everything. All we have is to relay this idea to people and to represent it in the way Ukrainians can represent it. It might sound awful, but we have to use the current momentum where we would represent ourselves as a great folk of people and to persuade people to come to Ukraine and join our ranks and stay hand in hand with us. But we have to work in the united efforts. We cannot but share our data. This would be a little bit absurd. We have to work together, and we have to understand together that in order to rebuild the country, each of us has to work hand in hand. And we have to stand up and rebuild the country together. That is why tourism is a huge way how to do that. From football to music, from religious tourism to astronomical tourism. We have everything what we need. Thank you, Sonia, for that. And I would like to just a little bit add something to this. I said about my dream, but I have to say to you about my sins. Last year, I opened up Chernohyria mountain rouge for me after this Alexa Dobush movie. When I looked at this movie on the full format scale, I said, "Wow, do we have this? Okay, guys, let us wrap up and let's go there." And by the end of the year, we went to these mountains too. Well, it's something impeccable, I'm telling you. After we crossed those mountains, and my children, well, even though by the time they have traveled a lot for me, they put this Chernohyria mountains on the same line with Kilimanjaro or any other famous mountains. Because the idea is, within 3 days, you cross 3 highest peaks of Ukraine. That's impeccable. That's a big challenge for yourself. Challenge for yourself. When you are halfway there, you cannot go back. Even though, despite when you see Petros mountain in front of you, you say, "Wow, how can I get there?" And you're already like almost dying there. And I was there when I already donated my blood. but we still did that, and this gives you such a big satisfaction by the end of the day. So my idea is that on our route there, we met lots of foreigners, because there are different, and the percentage of them was big. And we talked to Polish people, and they are the leaders and directors of one touristic firm. So we talked with them, and we found many people we know, turns out. And this was a married couple, and they said, "You cannot even imagine what lies ahead of you after the victory." I said, "Well, I know." But the Polish guys contradicted me. "No, you don't have any idea. You don't even have any idea how many requests we have from Polish people to come to Ukraine." Unfortunately, the insurance doesn't always work in Ukraine. Even if you order tickets, well, it was a little bit before that, but while booking the tickets, you also purchase the digital warning that hey, you're about to purchase the ticket into the country where the combat warfare going on. So all your transportational means, all your logistics, all your hotels, they might not manage that wave of people who would come. And we have been there. Just try to recall 2012. People simply didn't have anywhere to live. People would go from Poland day to day. They would rent a hotel there, cross the border, come to Ukraine, and go back to Poland. So I completely agree with the speaker from the previous panel, Artem, who told about this one, because it's a huge and very profound resource that we have. So everything will be all right. Just get ready for it, and let us just do the proper administration and accepting proper laws. Thank you. Yeah, as I already said, people give me a hint that we don't have any more time. But as I promised, we will talk about Bukovel brand, because you're also the ones collecting the data, right? Because you are the closed territory, right? Can you please elaborate on how you do that? Well, it seems to me that we are the most open territory. We have everything lined out on the open, because in Slavskia, for example, there is this problem. Do you solve it somehow? Do you have this kind of entering door where you kind of filter out people and you have when you have data? Is it right? Not. Well, we all are hoping so much to hear that this is truth. No, it's not truth. We live in the same very context as the whole business lives in our country. We cannot count our guests, since it is about territory. It is about the sense of being in Carpathian Mountains. It is about infrastructure. And the way we understand is that we have the touristic fee, and we have the participants of touristic businesses, the entities, the facilities, the food industry, who provide information about accommodation in this or that hotel. And in this, some of them lie in the gray area, yes, indeed. But Bukovel, as a resort, is right now primarily thinking about census, about infrastructure. I even wanted in the previous answer to tell a little bit about the same, for example, touristic informational center that we have. So to say that the task of a state to create in such a location an informational center. However, we understand that we are a very valuable participant of the business, and we understand that our development, the development of this territory, is impossible without having this touristic informational center, where, especially when we have something to tell to people. And next, perhaps the state itself has to switch into this process when each villa, each hostel, each hotel to be included into the general process. All in all, I would say that even my experience of working in touristic informational center, we are such a big driver and engine in the whole area. We are all about reinforcement of local touristic business, and to head from this huge wave into Vorохta, Verkhovina areas, into different populated areas that are located close to us, and to guide the wave of tourists who are there in Bukovel. We have complexities even with it, because we are a brand, we are the resort complex. We cannot We cannot say that, for example, to a company that is dealing with the horse rides, please register your legal entity, because we need statistics. We need the statistics, income, and for us it will be much transparently to work. We can talk about insurances, we can talk about quality like services. That's a huge, massive amount of work. And for us, we understand that that's a very big part of work. But at the same time, we understand that we have the most important function that we can do in this area, that is to represent this region and area to the guests who come to Bukovel. That's first. Second, there are NGOs who have standards of work. I am more than welcoming them. Okay, let us do this kind of events with hotel owners. Let us invite the state agency on tourism development. Yeah, I would like to really talk about the achievements of this very summit. Let us do during summer period the survey of who came to Bukovel together. We will help you with this. And what these were people were looking for primarily, what kind of tours they took mostly, because you can provide this information. Because later on, there will be an understanding of not only who stops at this hotel, yes, it's our job, but what is the purpose of people coming here? What is the dynamics of these tourists? That's exactly that should come from you. Well, super. I'm ready to organize this kind of things, and based on this, on the premises of our touristic informational center, why not? Yeah, let us do the profile of tourists who come to Bukovel. Well, we can scale this all up. It can be done not only there, but also use other destination places, so that other locations such as Bukovel would measure this kind of things too. It's possible, right? Yes, I immediately want to ask people to raise their hands from those tourism branches that we have that will help us in terms of communication. Yeah, I see Vinnytsia representatives, Lviv representatives, Zakarpattia region. I see Uman. Yeah, just to be more specific. Okay, I saw Uman. Oh, I saw Drogobich. Chernivtsi. I saw Chernivtsi, Kherson, Ivano-Frankivsk. All right, good. Okay, do you understand that while raising these hands, you took the responsibility of doing not only that research, but also to help in terms of understanding who is our tourist, why do they come to Ukraine? I say tourists in a very nominative way, because mostly people come to Ukraine for the business purposes or solution of their private, perhaps family issues. That engine that moves people right now. Not mostly they come to Ukraine to have a rest, but when they come to Ukraine, we are that much interested in understanding why do they come to Ukraine. So please help us in terms of communication and accommodation of these tourists. Okay, thank you so much for this. If we wrap it all up, this kind of data collection and exchange of this data and information are the key things that we will be simply blindly following. We not always understand what might be happening in all the regions, and especially in some kind of separate businesses, and correspondingly, we cannot do any kind of measures on how to develop these businesses on. And the main thing is in Ukraine, that's a brand. And perhaps the key phrase here should be that a strategy of development of Ukraine and raising of Ukraine after the war, this will be a tourism industry. That is exactly that very strategy that should be the engine, a powerful one, that should turn us all back into this powerful family. I'm sorry that we are so much limited in time. We have still many questions not discussed. Perhaps we have some questions from the audience precisely to our speakers. Oksana Grishin from Interfax. Can you please elaborate on the following? What is the statistics is being assembled by touristic center in the destination of the regions? Because to the extent I know, there is nothing like this assembled. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. Yeah, but I'm talking from the point of view of a state. Perhaps it would be wise to initiate so that it would be not only your initiative, but this very statistics to assemble it to collect it on the state level? Well, if I may, I will give you the answer, because during panel discussions we don't have any representatives who assemble this data from a state, because the question of the discussion is a different one. But obviously that a state and civilian organizations and separate territories and businesses have to find out the ways how to collect data, because in different ways it's been spread, and obviously there is no final numbers or understanding what is going on. That's what we talk about. Good morning, my name is Arsen, and my question is, I hear a lot about how we are about to move on after the victory, after the end of the war, and I do not always see by the end of the war. How will we be moving the branch already now? It means that we are living now in this very day. Do you think about these things, or maybe one has to think about this kind of things? Well, if you address this question to, if only you would address this question to me at the very beginning, this would be explaining that very mood that you feel right now, the ones that we depict. Because primarily, right now we are thinking about how to live within this new law on mobilization, when the portrait of a hotel worker will change, and not only, and we are talking not about guests, we cannot influence this one, but how to organize the work of hotels in the times when we are lacking men. According to statistics that we are assembling, we have 47% of male personnel and 53 female personnel involved into our tourist sector. So the question here is how to reorganize the work of the hotels. Well, I will not give you the answer what we think about it, and what I mean by that is that another complication around, but that's the reality we live in. And yeah, in between ourselves, we talk as hotel owners, but in what means we can turn this out, how we can remodule something. For example, the security services as a doorman, engineer services, technical services. These all are males, but that's just to give you the idea. It's not a precise question, I get it, but we are still thinking about it, and we work towards it. Well, if I may to tell a couple of words, well, that's easy. I think that if our boys do not go to the army, it means that the Russians will come here, and later on it will be late to ask them, because those, if you don't believe it, just learn the history. The First World War, Second World War. So on Sunday, we go to Makiivka mountain to celebrate the anniversary when one Ukrainians that were in occupation used to fight with Ukrainians from the Western Ukraine, who, thanks to those empires that were loyal all in all to small nationalities, and within which regimes Ukrainians managed to preserve their identity, language, and managed to give the birth and raise new generation. I will not be talking about the Second World War and the occupation of the whole big part of Europe. Indeed, we have no idea what waits for us tomorrow. Maybe the war will still continue for a year, for two, maybe it will take a decade as Israel does. And we have to get ready to live in the way how Israel lives, and to accept the necessary laws, because we have to clearly understand, until this federation exists within those borders that are there right now, and I'm not talking about particular names right now, I'm talking about their modality of existence, because it doesn't mean the name who is the name of the leaders. They have only one policy: to come to the foreign country, to take this territory, to kill, and to domesticate it. And if we are talking about this day, in our case in Slavska, we first of all look at the request from Lviv administration as the allocation places for potential people, because we have no idea whether the offense will happen or not, whether there will be second wave of offense, but we have to get ready for the worst. There is the huge amount of purchase by the hotel generators and the creation of a reserve amount of fuel, and yeah, and to learn how to fight, and to get used to the idea that sooner or later we will all join the ranks if we want to be a free country.
I would like to take briefly Lozinski Taras is the head of Oblast Tourism. Maybe we don't have all the precise information, but we do have to have some numbers. We have decided we are going to get information from tourist magnets of Oblast. For example, we can say that Tustan was visited by 214,000 people. It gives us general information on how many people came there, how many people decided to stay there, or maybe at least had some meal over there. Also, we gather information from our hotels, not from all hotels because we don't have exact number how many hotels are there, but we have main players, and we don't give any particular information about certain hotel, but we have overall a number, and also we taking our tourist fee, and based on this, we know how many tourist fees here, how many tourists are here. Over there was 37 hryvnias from each person. So we may know if from Slavsk community such number, some amount was taken. We have an idea how many visited that place. Of course, not everyone is making good records of the people visited, but at least we have a chance to have some general information on how many tourists are here. So let us start everyone from ourselves. Thank you very much. I think it was meaningful and it was useful for everyone how to live today and what future is ahead of us. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Thank you. As a tradition, I take a photo. Yes, we continue. We will continue, and since the beginning of full-scale war, and we have war for 10 years, and we have this situation that there are even more people, handicapped people. Statistically, over 300,000 people have some level of disability, and in our sphere of hospitality, the sphere which feeds tasty food, which has good tourist magnets, as a sphere which has places to stay. So question is now the area of inclusivity. As much as possible, would you please move forward? There are empty seats over here, but you are really packed at the back. You will hear much better, and it will be much more interesting for you to sit in front. So please, members of this panel discussion, I will announce who you are. The head of discussion is Volodymyr Vysotsky. He is expert in physical barrier-free environment. The next speaker is Dum. He is the head of the program Barrier-Free Railway. Christina Lebed, who is the head of Tourism Department of Lviv City Council. Igor is responsible for a transition of Ukrainian society from war into a peaceful life. The American Chamber of Commerce, which works with the Office of First Lady, and then we have a head of Credence Cafes, Coffee Houses chain. Please use the microphones. I greet everyone over here. It's a big honor and respect to all those who organized this event, all who are part of hospitality industry. I'm very glad to be here. Glory to Ukraine. Truly, barrier-free environment is a major issue now, and one of the most important questions of current day issues. As we have announced this panel, we have mentioned about people with who are handicapped, and this number increased in 300,000 people. So total number of such people is over 1 million. Those are not only about people with some physical problems, but also about elderly people. It's about people who travel with animals. And me showing up over here with my little friend is also part of inclusivity. I'm very glad to greet members of this panel. First question is to Christina Lebin, who is the head of tourism department of Lviv City Council. Lviv, obviously one of the main centers of tourism, because as you just get outside, you can see how many people are over here, how many people come to Lviv to rest or for business, and even more important, people come here for rehabilitation. There are a number of rehabilitation organizations here in Lviv, those who take care of our soldiers. And for a long time, Lviv works with the development of barrier-free environment. It is being seen in the city systematic city policies. It's seen in various city programs, and as we talk about tourism, I have a question for you. How do you think barrier-free environment, development of barrier-free environment in Lviv will improve tourist situation in Lviv and also in the whole world? Thank you, Volodymyr. Thank you for the opportunity to be here in this very good environment. Truly, the questions of barrier-free environment was always included, but never in the first place. But this war changed our attitude towards this issue. Thanks for changing, improving our city in this area of barrier-free. We have started a project that is called City Heals. That's when we began to invite boys and girls from rehabilitation centers to the city. And then we started noticing small or big barriers. For example, in our market square, there is not a single coffee house, which would make it easy for these kind of people to go into a coffee shop or restrooms. We started asking questions. So there are so many places like coffee houses, but uh, is it morally correct to invite people to come to our city, but them not being able to uh, join those or enter those cafes, and then we began the series of projects, and we keep on doing working on those projects. That's the process is, and each cannot be done only by tourism department or with some other single city organizations. uh, Community, government, business, they have to unite, and they should work together on changing of our mentality. Of course, we were born in some stereotypes, stereotypes regarding the inclusion, regarding the barrier-free. Uh, we have this stereotype that this is for some other people, not for us. But we should. But now we should not be afraid to think that there might be time tomorrow that I myself will be one of those who needs this help. So I have right to visit coffee shops tomorrow, and then go back to my works. Uh, our boys and girls who lost their body parts, who are handicapped, they have right to use those facilities. We always had this slogan that Lviv is open for the world, and now we have to look at this motto in a different way. At that time, we didn't count all the different aspects, and obviously, we were not open for all people at that time. Of course, we are very much open for inner tourism, and we are looking at we are thinking about our hospitality, and it's important to think how can we really be barrier-free environment, and so that we, whether we are not uh, healthy or we have some health issues, we should be able to enter any uh, business, any place. I have a friend who has some physical issues, and she is looking for place. She's pregnant, and she's looking for those coffee shops where she can go into bathroom without any problem. So, talking about tourism, like path from hotel to from airport to hotel, and then to all our businesses, from railway station, from bus station. This path of a guest, path of a tourist. How, as the experts of barrier-free environment teach us, as we embody these issues into our life, we see how many stereotypes do we have. We all need to learn, and I'm ashamed. Actually, it's not shameful. We have to talk about that, and we have to look for experts who will help us to get into this topic. And also, I want to add, to remind our speakers that please speak slower because we have our interpreters with us. Thank you for localizing the context. And the number of times you have said barrier free. Uh, Barrier free becomes a new norm, and maybe not everyone, but I want to remind us that we have the strategy of barrier-free environment since 2021. I am very glad that we have Tatiana here, who has a video address to us. She's a person who is in charge of developing barrier-free environment in Ukraine. Uh, she is about colleague friends. I greet you. First of all, I want to thank the Agency of Tourist Development for organizing this discussion. As a society, we have to react to this situation using the best world practices. And a barrier-free environment is a key in development tourism. We have in 2021, our government has made decision regarding barrier-free. We already have information or requirement that information and other services would be inclusive. Breaking the barriers is a big task, and we work on that in all different areas using the best world practices. We have a book manual which teaches us how to create barrier-free environments in our restaurants and other institutions. There are already tools described which we can use for our services, and I ask you to get to know, to read this manual. First of all, there should be safety. We should help people to avoid any kind of distractions. Barrier free is about convenience. It's about feeling honor. It's about receiving high quality services. We have to remember that every office should have convenient facilities. And it is very important to think about this during time of war. And we are talking about this barrier-free, not both as a private, small on a small scale, and also on the general Ukrainian scale, society scale. We have to take care about people of different. We have to provide opportunities for all kinds of people to get to know Ukrainian culture. We have recommendations how to conduct various activities on the barrier-free level. I thank everyone who connected with us during this for this open dialogue, and we can all together we can be more effective. Remember that barrier-free environment in all spheres is a sign of true democratic Ukraine. Thank you, Tatiana, for these very meaningful words. Truly, since this implementing this law about barrier-free environment changed a lot in Ukraine, we're working about inclusivity. Next question is to Zelina. She's the head of communication in American Chamber in Ukraine. They work with the First Lady office, and they work also in the area of barrier free. We would like to hear about your experience. What changes do you see? What are achievements? What are challenges? And what are the future? Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. I'm very glad to see all of you. I'm very glad. Thank you for the opportunity to see all of you. There are over 600 companies in this chamber, and 84 at least businesses have people who are in the military right now. Our main direction for this year is reintegrating veterans into business life and helping with the barrier-free issues. We had many meetings with the Ministry of Economics, with Veteran Association, and with other government branches. We work on helping veterans to return to a normal life and looking into future. we have to realize that 1.5 million people will return into normal life. And so our society has to be ready to reintegrate and to create an environment those people, not just say thank you, but also to help them to start their life anew. And we have we have to give them this opportunity in future, but also we have to work on preparing our workers today to welcome those people from front lines. All international companies like McDonald's and others, they already preparing. They have special departments, psychologists, those who will not work, who already preparing workers for welcoming those people from front lines, to know how to help people with reintegration. It is very important to understand that people with disabilities are not only people who have physical disability, but these people may have some invisible issues, some invisible limitations. That's why we work with on area of different areas of barrier-free issues. We have a good manual on how should we help people who have needs, and there are many useful issues there. We have to understand how should we unite our efforts in providing workplaces. So we have meetings about every 2 weeks where big companies, large companies, and small companies share ideas and have a dialogue. We have very good practical and successful case from Nova Poshta company. This summer they opened first barrier-free environment, which can be used for just by every person. And I want to tell you that every business, all business should work this way. So businesses should be open for providing employment for people who return from war. And talking about, referring to Irina Svitleska, we should understand that when the war is over and those people will return, but we have to get ready for that. As a chamber, we as a service place for finding certain experiences and expertise on these areas.
Yes, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to you that you emphasized your attention on the market labor, if we can say that's a big challenge these days, and one has to be honest that for Ukraine, and Ukraine will be an innovator in this, because any other country of modern world didn't face what our country is facing right now. Not a single, there is no more similarities or practices that we can simply share from somebody. They simply do not exist. These kind of things have to do with the companies that provide not even services but do the manufacturing of something. For example, we have the representative of Ukrainian railroads here with who we will talk right now, but we have to understand the challenges have to do with the employment, because without employment, no integration exists. And perhaps one has to pay attention here that we should understand it is not only a question of how, and it's not only a question to make or to help somebody become somebody else, that veterans or lady veterans have to change themselves. The question is that the rest of the country should change, take into account the new realities. Now about Ukrainian railroads. We have Yarema Dul with us, who is doing the barrier-free environment in Ukrainian railroads, and taking into account that we had in previous panels the words that there might be the next wave of evacuation that has a pretty good chances for existence. The same in the same manner, we have the movement of military servicemen, both for rehabilitation, for rotation, and so on. And people with disabilities existed even before the full-scale invasion and used the services of Ukrainian railroads. Can you please elaborate on what is going on with Ukrainian railroads right now in terms of barrier-free environment? What can you boast about, show off about? What can you elaborate us about, and how can we find any kind of solutions together and to favor to one another and to help to each other? Since now everyone has to perhaps unite our efforts. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thanks to my Lviv that it assembled such nice people over here, and for the fact that we raise so important questions these days and during this event. So where can I start and where can I finish? Well, when we started our project on barrier-free environment, and we started it just last year, so in terms of the barrier-free environment of Ukraine, we had this kind of vision only from the ramps. This is a right way to start. And now this program that grew up to the 28 different projects, a portion of them are completely strategic and have to do complex reconstruction of all the railway stations in Ukraine. Hooray! Most important is that one have to start with is that we are talking about important things here. We are talking about accessibility, barrier-free environment. But what was the question for? What is it all done for? We do it for everyone. That's the correct answer. That's the answer of our company. It's our vision. We are talking not about people with disabilities and veterans. We want so that everyone could use the services of Ukrainian railroads with a comfort. We want everyone, even for those lower mobility, lower people with limited mobility people, it has to do with all of our passengers. Any human being with a case, any human being who comes to the railroad station and might even know where to receive information, since we're talking about barrier-free environment not that much often, also it might be considered people with limited mobility. So it's about all of us. That's for me, my wife, my parents, so for every human being who uses our services. And when we started to dig into this topic, we understood that main problems are the architectural space. We all are facing them, and they are the most visible. Second, most important, that has to do with the question of our services. Spaces, trust me, it's something good, but there are things that might not be solved as a just spatial solution, because our spatial things a lot of them might be the cultural inheritance. That is why our spaces, and especially the cultural legacy, might not always be made absolutely affordable, accessible. Some of them might just be adjusted for usage. A lot of things who work with construction simply know that it's better to build something from scratch than to adjust something that already exists. So that's the second problem that we see. Third one is the amount of wagons and train wagons that we have. You all resort to the services of Ukrainian railroads, and you try. And I hope you see that visibility seen to what extent we are trying to do as possible to update our new wagons of Ukrainian railroads. Who did mention that? Well, 4 people in the hall raised their hands. Perhaps the others simply do not take the services of Ukrainian railroads. All right, but all these processes that we do, that just for you to understand. These are the 3 directions we are moving towards. And barrier-free environment shouldn't be touching just one of them. Everything the company does should be completely done with barrier-free environment. It all should have this very element. And starting from the last year, when this program was launched, any project that anticipate any kind of input of capital and investments, they go through the expertise for the barrier-free environment. We check whether these kind of things will be accessible for our users, whether it is the implementation of new services or modernization of a wagon or the capital reparations at one of our railroad stations. We check this all, we do our conclusions, and the team is doing the conclusion. What is the better way to do that? In terms of spaces, there where we cannot do everything possible, we do what is called smart adjustments. These are the things that a lot of people will have as the opportunity. The most burning question, doesn't matter how fun it might sound, this is the idea of the VCs at all the train stations. This is the biggest hype on the social networks. I remember that phrase when one diploma representative was at the beginning of my career, he told that, well, all in all, the adolescence of nationality might be detected by the clearness of VCs. And at some point, it makes sense. This is something that we started with. And that's about universality of design in the VCs. And it's not just built in the VC, but making them universal for everyone to be able to use them, both children, mothers, men, old people, and so on. And that's, again, also has to do with the routes to these places and how to adjust it towards the kind of, saying, establishing the elevators in our railroad stations and so on. So the next thing that we started to do, well, may I ask a question? Yeah, about the railway stations. So Lviv railway station. It's well, it's something that is the completely pain. Yeah, trust me that I'm from Lviv myself, so I know what it feels like. So the second question, it also has to do with the things that have with inclusiveness, not even accessibility, but inclusiveness. Please pay attention that at many railway stations we have the areas designated for children. That's another project of Ukrainian railroads together with UNHCR. And yes, it's a huge amount of work that also has to do with involvement of the majority of our clients, because clients are with kids. They also generate a huge amount of our passengers. And when we talk about such as smaller projects, why? Because it is faster to do. They would make the faster outcome. We act tactically. We think strategically. The biggest railroads are Lviv and Kiev right now in Ukraine. Lviv is all in all such a big portal to Europe, and we all understand that Kiev intakes from this very portal a lot of political activists and policymakers who do a lot of things for our country. And I hope, so these are the two railway stations that we take as a priority number one. We anticipate their complex rebuilding, reconstruction, and it's not just adjustment for something, saying like, let us do the establishing the elevators. No, this goes from the very first steps of the passengers, saying from Dvertseva Street. And in Kiev, we communicate with Kiev City Council to do this simultaneously. So it's not just about installment of the lift. It will not make sure that the accessibility will be afforded, but it's about raising up the whole at some point floor, so that a person could enter the wagon on the same level. So that's the accessibility and barrier-free environment we think about, and we will try to implement. Perhaps one might add here that dozens of thousands of defenders from railroad are defending right now our motherland. Yeah, can you tell about this program? Yeah, there was a problem about veteran touched and their further employment, just not to duplicate it. Thanks for you. And second one is, that's a huge potential, truth be told. It is 21st century outside, and we are thinking about the categories, not a human resources, but human capital. And the capital that can bring into your companies, into your businesses, additional generation of some kind of resources, saying money, income, and so on. So this is the way we have to think. More than 10,000 workers of Ukrainian railroads are there in the ranks. Approximately 1,000 of them came back. We are employing them back. Some of them are wounded. Some of them receive disability. We are adjusting their labor places, and we urge you all to do the same. And very often, me and Volodymyr, we hear that at different kind of conferences about some kind of norms. Please do not think within norms. Come outside of these norms. Norms is something that minimum amount of things you have to do. Please think the way what you want to do best for your colleague, because your colleague is not just a unit. It's a human being. In our company, and I hope in your companies, it goes the same. That's a part of our family, and this is the category we think about. Think as. And the last thing I would like to mention is about services. It is many important things to change there. Architecture is not the only thing we have to consider, but it's also about the services and the approaches to services and the services that you provide to your client. And we started with the idea that we started to identify the route of a passenger, his or her logic. In our company, it works this way. The services of Ukrainian railroads start not from his or her entering the train. It's about when a human being makes a decision that he or she are about to buy a ticket. So it means that people have to receive some information. Okay, how can he or she do that. This is the time when your services start. For us, it's about the update of our internet resources where we provide this information. Next one, this person has to buy a ticket. So that's mostly about digital accessibility. When we provide him or her the chance to do it in a modern way, not to go to the train station to buy the ticket, but to make sure that this person can, even using his or her smartphone, do that. And the third one is when a human being comes to the railway station, and well, I'm not talking about some kind of basic things, but sometimes people with disabilities are associated with people in the wheelchair. Sometimes it can be people with some kind of invisible disabilities, and we provide them things that can assure them the comfort while using our services. For example, when somebody with disabilities of hearings comes, we install in our in our stations the tablets where you can have the access for the translator with the gesture speech, and this kind of person might be provided this kind of information, because not always we know where this kind of problems might pop up, because not all people think that a human with hearing disabilities might not hear about the air alarm. First of all, it has to do with the security. First, think about the route of your guest or client or patient. They have friends who come with your guests, even so nicely and curly as this little one. So think about the route of your service and map of your service. And in this case, perhaps you will see more clearly what you should be looking at and how to resolve this or that question. Thank you. A round of applause to Ms. Irina. Yeah, we just recalled a couple of important and interesting points. So barrierless environment, that's the stories that should come outside, not only from the train station, but also to the city. It means that if Ukrainian railroads will come completely barrier-free environment for the general user, it will not solve the general problem. Because, okay, somebody comes to the railway station, what next? A lot of things will depend on the local self-governments, obviously. Next important moment is what Yarema told, that, well, at least the conclusion that we can make, to err is human, it's okay. Not always we know all the correct decisions and solutions, but what more important is that we want to find them out. And very often people are cursing that, well, you did this wrong, you did this the other way. Well, this is a process. Let us be tolerant towards each other and to accept errors. That's more than okay, because we are learning, we are gaining our experience. We don't have any other experience. That is why I'm thankful to Ukrainian railroads for the idea that for the last year they are doing these kind of visible changes, and one can see that. That's a good sign. So, Mr. Ihor Kosterkov would like to recall that he's the director of the Department of the Insurance of Switch from Military Life to Civilian Life of the Ministry of Veteran Affairs. We have been talking a lot about reintegration, about creation of the possibilities, and normalization of life of people who sacrificed to the people of Ukraine the most valuable what they have, and not necessarily gained a disability, but formally they might have the status absent, but the life experience obviously impacts his or her emotional and psychological state, definitely, perhaps even physical in many cases. What expectations first you can see among veterans and lady veterans who come back, who return? What challenges are the most numerous ones, and what can you recommend primarily to different businesses and businesses in the terms of hospitality first, for them to become more friendly, more inclusive, and how both as service providers and as employers? Thank you for the question. The question itself is extremely relevant these days, and especially with the context of barrier-free environment that is, as a matter of fact, all over around. This is sign and it should be all around the whole state policy. If we are talking about veterans who come back and return, it is really hard to continue this topic, because there is many powerful speakers has already spoken up, but I will try to continue the line of thoughts. Indeed, the number of veterans just grows. By now, according to the Unified State Register of the Veterans of Wars, it is more than 1,200,000 people. Unfortunately, the war is still going on, and we understand that these numbers will just grow. with time. Yes, right now the majority of veterans are there at the very front line, defending us, and we have the chance over sitting over here in a comfortable environment and do this event. But we understand that after the victory, or because of some kind of other circumstances, our heroes, our defenders, ladies and boys and girls, will come back to civilian lives. And as Mr. Yarema told correctly, that's indeed a very big human capital that we have to utilize in the future to recover our country. And today, we as a Ministry of Veteran Affairs, and all in all the state bodies, have one of the main tasks is to create those very conditions and those very tools that will ensure the veterans of war, the people with disability as a result of war, those possibilities for them to continue to realize themselves and to reach something in this life. We know that this law on social protection of veterans and their family members has been written for a long time. It is outdated, and now the ministry is actively working towards the change of the whole paradigm of veteran policy. Now, within our entity, we have the new basic law coming up about the main grounds of veteran affairs. We want to change all those norms that we had since 1990s, and all in all, that existed by this time, because the very portrait of veteran changed. When we back in those days when we are talking about the veterans of the Second World War, most of this has to do with people who are elderly age and those people who needed mostly state support. Now we see that the average age of a veteran or demobilized person who came back from the front line is approximately 30 to 40 years old, from 35 to 45 years old. It's about our researchers. And all in all, these are young people. All in all, these are people who still have lots of energy, who are ready to continue their active life, and we as a ministry have to ensure all the possibilities for them to work and to sustain themselves, and to receive and to sustain not only themselves but also their near and dear ones, and to not to put them on some kind of social needle when a state spend some kind of resources for this person, and this person is completely dependent on those limited resources that the state has. And now, within this context, we are working completely in terms of sustainment of both employment of the veteran and to create the conditions for his or her better, less environment and accessibility. I completely see eye to eye with you in here. That's one of the narratives of our ministry, that it's not veterans have to adjust to the society, but to the society, us, we have to adjust to them and to understand their differentialities. Even despite the fact that this is a person with disabilities as a result of war, or simply a healthy veteran who came back and luckily doesn't have any PTSD syndrome or any other kind of psychological disorders. But they have a completely different experience. That's completely different people now, and because of what they faced there, the very front line while defending us, and we have to communicate with them correctly, and we have to build a strategy of our own behavior as well as the behavior of the state bodies, employers, the representatives of big businesses, so that to engage them into our civilian life in the correct way. And here, the Ministry of Veteran Affairs is implementing several projects. The first and the most important one, I would say, that we started in the previous year is the project on implementation of so-called the veteran assistant. Right now, we did the classification of the profession. We have afforded the classified standards, and this year we will be doing all the measures to scale up this very project and to make sure that the specialists on convoying, on guiding the veterans would work in every community. We have done lots of researches, and within our own forces, within the forces of our international partners, within the activity of Ukrainian Veteran Fund, we saw that one of the main issues why a human being doesn't have the possibility to implement his or her guarantees, perks, and rights that the state gives them is that very often they have the low information and acknowledgement about their rights, perks, and how to receive them, and benefits, how to receive them. This also has to do with informational barriers. And we want this person who comes back from the front line not to walk around these service provision centers and the two different service security protection issues standing in line. So it's not the person who should be chasing a paper, but the paper should be chasing the person. And we want to do everything possible. So this assistant to the veteran would do all the consulting work, representative work in case of this person is with disability, for example, who physically, for who it is physically and complicated even to go down on the first floor from another floor, because very often we understand in many cities and towns we have buildings very old and outdated. And the idea of solving the accessibility in these old 50 plus years old buildings is really hard. And this is one of the main projects that we have that we want to launch already this year. And we are already planning that by the end of this year, in each of the community, there will be working at least one specialist on assisting to demobilized person and veterans. But although we are counting that this kind of specialists, we are supposed to have no less than one specialist per 100 of all our veteran categories. Besides all of this, we are working actively towards increasement of attractiveness and competition ability of a veteran there on the labor market. Previously, we have heard that how a portrait of the workers of touristic business might change. Yes, we clearly understand that, because the law about demobilization is already tomorrow coming into force, and I want to say maybe even tomorrow, and the majority of men and most likely will go to the front line to defend our country, and that's the right thing to do, because we clearly get it. It's our civilian rights, civilian responsibility to defend our sovereignty. But there is a huge amount of people from veteran community, from people with disability community, due to this or that reason, who are already left the ranks of the army, correspondingly on the law grounds. And these are people within those categories who can be employed, and for who the employers can allocate some money for training, and who will not be mobilized again because they have some reasons not to be. And this is exactly that very resource that's very human capital that we have to utilize to support our economy and to recover our country after the victory during the wars that is going on right now. And here the ministry ensures several tools. First of all, we are having the program acting within the budget program 11040. The 150-1040 that ensures the professional adaptation, retraining, increase of qualification of veterans and their family members, in order for a human being who comes back from the front line while having another military specialty to be able to keep up with those knowledge lacking, and to be on the same level with a civilian person who stayed here in civilian life. And another line of work that we support and develop, because there is a huge demand for that between the veterans, that's the self-employment. Within the ministry activity on veteran affairs, there is the Ukrainian Veteran Fund working, and this year, according to program 151-1090, there is 200 million hryvnias allocated for issuing out to businesses, to veterans for their businesses. The demand for opening their own business among veterans is indeed very high, and we are actively supporting that. This very year, only for the first half a year, we had 219 submissions for opening their own businesses, and within this very program, we provide from 0.5 to 1.5 million hryvnias for a grant, and 89 submissions by now. Our experts have already selected and chosen, and these people will definitely receive a grant. So why is it important? Because it's not only about support to the veteran, but it's also about the support to our economy, because a veteran will launch or open up his own business, will pay not only taxes to the state, but will create additional workplaces where he can employ and hire those the same veterans, those who came back home. And this all supports our economy, whereas that right now under war conditions is very and very limited within its resources. And to wrap up my speech, I would like to mention that indeed, this barrier-free environment is completely a very broad definition. It doesn't have only with people to do with people with disabilities or physical spaces or some kind of precise rooms or to improve the streets. This has to do with that way of thinking that should be there put into each of us. If we will be thinking with the barrier-free environment approach, we will be able to do everything correctly and to solve all those problems that we might be facing in this very complex situation with our country. And without limiting us, we will be able to liberate our country, our people, and to get our society ready for the intake of the veterans who come back after the victory. Thank you.
Very valuable words. Very important idea about empowering veterans for them to be able to return to normal life. I think that in the hospitality sphere, there will be new plans, new businesses, maybe hotels somewhere in Carpathian Mountains are turning back to business. So we have representative of Lviv business. Whoever was never visited the Credence Cafe, that's like advertisement. I've been to one of those coffee houses, and also I went to a restaurant, and everywhere everything was very fine from a barrier-free environment. Please share how you care about barrier-free environment. How have you come to such understanding, and what do you see any economical results from this? Because very often we hear, well, barrier-free environment costs money, but there is research from abroad that it is profitable actually to have this barrier-free environment. If you have any information, please share. So share how you came to this idea of barrier-free. Is it economically profitable? And is your network ready to employ people who have some health issues which may influence their mobility? Thank you for your question. In 2013 or 14, not our spaces were available, but I will start with this idea that we Ukrainians have high sense of justice. And in 13, 14, we had the revolution of justice or honor. It's about respect. And at that time, I came to realize that our space has to respect every person, not just person on a wheelchair. Well, a restroom is about 10th part of our space, but it's about ability to speak, to hear, to react. And our DNA, when we train people who are in the service, then we create new environment. I have this idea. I believe that Ukrainians are able to unite and to create ideal results. A great example is the beginning of full-scale war, because society united itself, we were able to stop this invasion. So we have to put respect into people's worldview. If we are conscious of these values, then we as society will move even without government intervention. I don't know about the finances or profit from having this barrier-free environment. I don't care about that. I want to have an environment where every person is respected. So every single of our coffee houses is available for people with needs. As for a location where handicapped people may work, I dream about such event. Of course, we have to count many details and to think well in order to create a space where people with needs are able to work or to use. Thank you very much. Foreign practices of foreign businesses who work with handicapped people are made in the way that it would fit people with very specific needs, and it is okay. It's important that DNA of a company would have this idea of being open and helpful to every person. There should be our conscience change, and that we would respect every single person, because creating barrier-free environment is about consciousness. It's about honor, respect. It is very important that every person would feel himself or herself respected every single day. Our time is running out, but I want to ask every person to say a few encouraging words that would give us hope. And I would like to finish this, even in the midst of all the challenges and all the troubles. Let us try to encourage one another. Few words, please. Yarema, please. There is hope. We speak about that. It already means a lot since we are talking about it. There were not many discussions like this several years ago. Don't be afraid of barrier-free environment. Possibly you do not never thought about this. It's not as expensive. It is not as complicated. If you don't know how to do that, please ask. There are many people who do it. Please cooperate. Cooperate with your local authorities, with your mayors, with your oblast administrations, with the tourism offices. They will tell you how to do that. If there are some very specific stories, we can cooperate. We understand that we ourselves, that would be so much easier if we cooperate and pull that cart together. If you may have any questions to us, please ask, and we are ready to write, to share, even to send you. We will always be glad to give you an advice. Thank you. I will not start with encouragement, but with the issue that it's pretty complicated. Hospitality without barriers. We began in Lviv when we started changing the road cover. We received a lot of hate when we started repairing our path. And on one of those paths, some time ago, we saw people on wheelchairs being able to move. I am just so touched with this fact that our efforts pay themselves. There's a lot of work to be done, but we have to do that. There is no other way. I'm just grateful, and let's continue to work. Thank you. I will not waste your time. Just say briefly, any obstacles that we have, they are for the purpose of us overcoming them and getting stronger. So we should not be afraid of those, but we just should do everything, and together we will overcome. Colleagues, I want to tell you that some say that barrier-free is the philosophy of society. But I would tell you that being barrier-free is about seeing all other people with our hearts. I have a dream that Ukraine will become an example of barrier-free, and that in the near future we will have good startups that will provide unique solutions for being barrier-free. I want us to have one of the world advanced systems of barrier-free. If you have any super important questions suddenly, I have a dream. Such panels should be should have a priority. Last week there was a major event and a panel about barrier-free environment. That panel was on the second day in the evening, and there was only a little part of those. We should respect those who stand between us and the enemy, and we have to talk about the issues from the very beginning. It seems everything was very understandable or nothing was understandable. I think it's coffee break, so we can continue our discussions. And thank you for having this panel. I hope the coffee is free. So, for the sphere of hospitality, barrier-free environment is one of the key ones. As there is change in the way we categorize hotels, the issue of being barrier-free is very important there. Of course, some things that we will create over here that might be unique Ukrainian, and we have to be brave to create some things in a new ways. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. We have to risk. It is our moral responsibility before these who put the most valuable that they have on the altar of serving our people. Thank you, and please raise up the talk and talk to your friends, talk to your families. You don't really have to use the barrier-free or inclusivity words, which might not be understandable for everyone. But we should work on the new generation, so if our younger generation will be better than we are, then the whole country will be better. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much. Traditional photo, please don't run away. Please get up, take a photo.
Знаєте, скажу, найкраще проводити все-таки івенти на стадіоні.
I think the best way to conduct such events is somewhere in the stadiums where you don't have that temptation to go to see the beautiful city. So we will do that in Slavsk. We will fence the location, and people will not be able to go.
До речі, є відразу, поки там є фотографії, чесно,
As,
ті, хто залишиться на останню панельну дискусію.
Please lift up your hands who are going to stay here for a final panel discussion, because we are going to talk about issues without which tourist industry is not able to exist. That's the only variety of Ukrainian cuisine, and you will hear people who are all in about cuisine, who put their lives into developing cuisine. So coffee break now, but I ask you please in 20 minutes be back here, even those who didn't raise their hands. Thank you. Dear friends, please come forward to the first row. We have the best and the most tasty discussion. Please come forward. I will invite all of you. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Just wait over here. Friends, last rows, please, bloggers, come forward, come here. We will start the tasting panel, the fifth one. As for dessert, the sweetest one. We will talk about development of Ukrainian cuisine. So we're going to talk about made in Ukraine cuisine and
Шановні колеги, біля плакату і на кавозоні, заходьте, не стісняйтесь, ми тут. Зверніть на нас увагу. Спікери панельної дискусії вже...
speakers of panel discussion. They are standing over here and waiting.
Поки все відбувається, я буду...
While I make announcements, please take the empty seats that are comfortable for you, the moderator for this panel discussion, made in Ukraine. Olena Branchenko, the founder of educational
Дякую. З якою ви ще не встигли сфотографуватися.
someone you have not made photo together with yet. You can do that later after panel discussion. The Evgen Klopota, Ukrainian chef, public activist. Uliana Khomyak is executive director of Ukrainian home in Davos. Evgeny Nikolaichuk is the ambassador was Ukraine. Mariana Dushar, the expert in Ukrainian traditional cuisine. And of course, Alexei Voloshin, the Ukrainian hotelier and owner of Adam company, and he can talk a lot about hospitality and hotels in Ukraine. So let's start the tastiest discussion. Elena, please, good evening. We promise not to keep you here for a long time, to speak briefly and very intensively. I hope all speakers will speak. Thank you for this final panel. We hope that it will add you some strength and energy. We will charge you for a good supper. We are going to talk about hospitality, about cuisine and economics. Money should follow culture, and our cuisine is a part of culture. But before I start announcing my questions, I would like that everyone would introduce themselves. I know who is doing what, but I think that everyone over here is beautiful, pretty, smart, and they will tell about themselves in the best possible way. So let us introduce ourselves. Greetings to everyone. I I play many various roles. That I want to do everything that there would be more Ukrainian food in our society, and percentage-wise, I want it would increase and foreign food would decrease. That's my global task, and the rest are just tools that I use for reaching this goal. Not just in Ukraine, but also overseas as well. I can talk a lot, but I've promised I will speak briefly, especially since I am sitting by my beloved history expert. Good evening. My name is Ulyana. I'm executive director of Ukrainian Home in Davos, and I promote Ukraine overseas. I was the head of creative industries in the Ministry of Creative. Good evening. My name is Evgeny Nikolinchuk. I am expert in wines. My mission is that there would be more Ukrainian wine on your tables, and there would be more of it, and it would be better. I cooperate a lot with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We do many. We present Ukrainian wine in Ukraine on Ukrainian events and overseas as well. Is it possible to make a borscht on wine? May I say there is very authentic recipe of wine of borscht in which you put wine. My name is Mariana Dusher. I am also known as Pani Stefa. I research Ukrainian cuisine, and my goal is to help chefs to verify what they're working with. I try to promote Ukrainian kitchen through herbs, and I'm also expert in greetings, friends. My name is Alexei Voloshin. I'm Interian, and I work with hotel sphere for over 20 years, talking about the cuisine. Before 2014, I had cheese production in Crimea. I had 50 goats. Also, I work with wine production. We have our own wine production in our network, and we work in the sphere for 7 years. We have 9 restaurants, and we're working on opening 6 more restaurants. And we are supportive of Ukrainian cuisine in the highest level. And I think we're experts in how to sell vareniki for 1,000 or 2,000 hryvnias, and so that we would do that often. And we begin our conversation with the hospitality, and hospitality is the part of culture of every nation, but not every nation is working to turn this part of culture into a powerful brand which can be sold. into a brand that would form positive image of culture both inside country and sound of the country. What is hospitality in our tradition? It is when we cross the border and those people who were strangers to us in the past, we make our, maybe not ours, but we involve them into our space, and there's a lot of work in this, creating new senses. We work on creating this big idea about hospitality of a people. Yevhen is the nearest one to me, but my first question will be to Uliana. I want, at the beginning of our conversation, I want you to create the frame of crossing the creative industries and hospitality. That's something we have to work on together, because we have representatives of business and also of government institutions, and sometimes from one institution we don't see what is happening in the other one. So let us talk about the crossroads. Thank you. First of all, tourism. Tourism for me is not something new. I was 1 year old when I was brought into Sputnik tourism agency. I grew up in tourism, and all my life I was connected to it. I thank to Mariana and to for all the work they are doing for promotion of Ukraine, both in Ukraine and south of Ukraine. It is clearly visible, and I hope that your work will be evaluated in a proper way. Mariana and I worked a lot on development of creative industries towards the hospitality. I believe that together we are strong. I believe in collaboration, and I believe in regional development. That's why we see, when the war began in before the war in 2021, we had a major conference together with state agency, and we were talking about how to integrate crafts into tourism. We saw that interest, and we made some first steps towards that. Of course, the war just even increased the importance of these issues. We had this wonderful conversation with Opishnya mayor, and as well as other regions. The big question is how to commercialize, how to collaborate in regions of various sectors of creative economy, how to cooperate with we have to develop the pottery kind of work. Our Ukrainian designers should work on making nice locations. We have to work on creating high quality souvenirs or high quality product, which will be nice to give to someone as a gift. We should kind of stay far from stuff made in China. As we expect many guests to come, we want to produce high quality products. Talking from inner tourism and also outside of the country tourism. Uh, we are talking about cooperation with Hilton and other big networks, so they would also got support from Ukrainian designers. We have to work on making contacts, building contacts Also, we work on that in Davos because as we go there, we take with us our cultural valuables, and we see that this will eventually help our regions to develop. It will help those craftsmen to get job. In the past, Ukraine was known as the grains and brains. Talking about grains, of course, in a very wide variety, and then talking about brains as a very creative people whom we have to involve into the process.
Yes, thank you. Later on, I will have more questions to you. Perhaps we will have some questions from the audience. But you told about restaurants, about ceramical products in restaurants, and this would be again the questions. My questions to Yevhen Kropotenko as for the restaurator. In terms of to what extent you think it is important for a restaurant to form up its own image of hospitality that includes not only Ukrainian wine or Ukrainian products from Ukrainian producers, because I know that your establishments, they cooperate with Ukrainian farmers, they purchase their different products, but how can we integrate all this stuff into what Ulana has just told? And to what extent, a little bit more practical question, how did you find a solution or answer for yourself about what Ukrainian hospitality traditions, how can one integrate them into establishment? So that the establishment of Ukrainian cuisine in Ukraine and abroad to differentiate, to differ not only by menu and design, but also by this what people say vibe and atmosphere. Well, this kind of questions have never been asked, but I think that when I started to open up a restaurant, I didn't want to open up restaurants because that's a very not okay job. But it just happens this way that everyone would be asking me, where is your restaurant? Where is your restaurant? Where is your restaurant? Where can one taste your food? You're not chef. So I started to open up restaurants, but I faced one easy stuff. Why should I open up any other Ukrainian restaurant but Ukrainian one? And when I asked myself this question, I basically was shocked. I turned around and I said, okay, what is the idea of Ukrainian restaurant? What should one show there? And now I understand that by now, well, grains and brains is not relevant because grains is the wheat, and we have to process grains and to sell it. It will because before that they just take wheat and sell it. We had a little bit income and everyone was satisfied. But truth be told, right now the situation is changing completely. And I think that we have right now to completely use everything Ukrainian on this very stage of our development. I don't think that we have to have only Ukrainian products. This is utopia, and we don't need that. Say if we don't have the different cuisine, brinza, and so on, and this kind of things. So the same what they do in Norway, because every producer is closed, and mozzarella people go to Italy, sell it in Italy, and sell it in special shops, and they don't have any Italian goods there. I think that to use and to work only with Ukrainian designers, 100%, to provide them the chance to implement themselves, to use only Ukrainian products. This is so much important, and that how many people do not understand this concept. That if you buy from a farmer for 50,000 per month, okay, it might be a cheese or okay, let it be cheese, but 50,000 for you when you have your restaurant income like 5 million, that's nothing. But for a farmer who is doing that, that's a big amount of money. In such a way, in a year, in a two, a farmer, due to the fact that he will have 10 restaurants to supply, he will be good standing on his feet, and he will become also a portion of GDP of the country, and he will be able to scale up his business and increase the economy of Ukraine. Or he can be the craft manufacturer of Ukraine and just receive pleasure from what he's doing. So me as a restaurator, my aim and my task number one is to utilize only Ukrainian products and to support each other. Moreover, now when we have to re-equip all our segment of economy, and we have to think beforehand what we can do and what we can make money on in the future, because tomorrow the war might start, the help of America will stop, and what will we do? Okay, at some point, yeah, you're a chef, you're just cooking, but if you don't understand the kind of things and you continue to order palate tomatoes and fish, seafood, you take this money and you just take it back. and give it back. But one has to keep it here and transform them, because in the future that's definitely about that. Now as never before, one has to think about this kind of things, and this is the only way I think. I cannot prohibit to use the rice, for example, because nobody can prohibit to use something. But I have the will that okay, a rice in my establishment, but try not to serve it. But also we have this kind of dark kitchens that are I have 15 dark kitchens that are feeding different kind of plants, and a lot of people there want to have rice, and there's a problem that I have no idea what one can do with that. But for a rice, I use much more money than for the wheat. And the same about amygdala, that we use 30 kilograms of. But at the same time, nevertheless, that's one question that sometimes I don't even ask these kind of questions, that we need to have everything Ukrainian. Question number 2 is how to make Ukrainian vibes. That's for me a brick wall. Truth be told, I was there in Vinnytsia region, and for 2 days in a row, I was simply drinking from 8 o'clock, just drinking moonshine and eating this up with a baked with a baked pig fat and buckwheat. I do not want to say that Ukrainian cuisine is fat. Uh, I agree. I changed it. But then I spent 2 days in Vinnytsia, and I don't want to say that this kind of vibe where we at 8 o'clock sit down after the cooking and drink moonshine. Well, I have no idea. That sounds like good. Sounds like something good, right? Yeah. What I'm leading to is that one has to work a little bit. Well, there is nothing to work upon. That's our vibe. Okay, that's your vibe. I was there in Vinnytsia region. I have another experience about that. Well, doesn't matter where I am in. I had just one experience to go through, because I'm really traumatized by those 2 days in Vinnytsia. But when I was in a kindergarten, sitting in the kindergarten drinking moonshine. But what I'm talking about right now is that obviously in the past I used to cross out this part, and for me that was hard to understand what Ukrainian vibe is. How can one make sure it is possible? And what I came to recently is that still this kind of liquors, I would remain them, but right now I would like to transmit them and to look at them from another angle. Say if we have grappa is being given in the special glass, maybe we have to change our tradition of drinking the liquors and make something just much more than the third one is drinking for friends. So it's really hard to say what Ukrainian vibe right now is. What I definitely know that abroad one has to do the product that is a competition, that has this competition ability. The product that I will design this will be the product when you go to 3 different restaurants into Ukrainian one, and you feel good there. That's exactly what I'm leading to and what I'm heading to. Perhaps maybe in some years I will show what kind of vibes there should be abroad. By now I don't have any solution, but I did not work upon it. Well, the idea is that Ukrainian products should have this competition ability. That's a good thing. Very often what you can see, because Ukrainian, for us Ukrainian is the best, but one has to support these words with qualitative products. In terms of what I want to also emphasize that on our website Yeža Kultura there is a pretty good article about cuisine that they used to eat in 18th century, as well as liquors provided in a very small amount, but they were quite big in terms of flavor. That is why kindly, okay, let us continue this very topic. And we kind of slowly came into this topic. We're about to start to talk about wine. And the question to you, Eugenia Nikolaichuk. For the last several weeks, I've been talking to Svetlana Tsibak, who is also an ambassador of Ukrainian. Well, we all are working in the same organization, Wines of Ukraine. Serhiy Klimov, Vika Makarova, Vika Hromakova. And what I discovered for myself is a whole world of problems that have to do with Ukrainian wine. And I want you to cover the topic about the incomes, about the outcomes, and those painful points about what we all have to do here first to reinforce the image of Ukrainian wine. Well, of wine and Ukraine through wine. The information I have for Eugene and for everyone who will be in Vinnytsia region. In Vinnytsia region, there are several pretty good wineries that you can attend and where you can taste pretty good Vinnytsia wine. Well, I know but it is done in a little bit other way. Well, just for you, you have this option. But okay, it seems to me that this is a pretty good case how one can work with a state agency on tourism development in terms of to establish some kind of collaboration with the communities. Because for me, that's the best dialogue you can have when, on a precise example, you pick up some problem and it can become the next push to. Okay, let us. So through wine, the alcoholism is being cured through wine. That's official statistics. So those of you who have problems with alcohol, you have to get out of it through through wine, but only of Ukrainian production. Just recall that. But what I would like to mention is that the case itself is a pretty good one. One of the best things that happened by now with Ukrainian wine is that we are in right now on a very nice historical moment and stage when Ukrainian wine is being developing. We're not French people, we're not Italians, Spanish people, where everything is being sold for several centuries back then. But right now we are building up a new, or not even building up, we are doing the rediscovery. All these stories. And while talking about tourism, truth be told, in Ukrainian wine card became much more broader than in Odessa, Mykolaiv, and Zakarpattia, with which wine was associated with. Today you can find Ukrainian wine aside Vinnytsia, and that's not about one winery. Around Kyiv, there is approximately a dozen of wineries around Kyiv. Last week I was in Zhytomyr region. Could you know that in proximity of Zhytomyr, there are grapes growing on, and a really nice one called Monkrafto. We have grapes farms in Chernigiv, in Sumy. So that's one of the best and most interesting things these days. And to participate in this transformation of this very branch, that's on one side. At the same time, there are some problems that have together with this. Because while developing, we do lots of mistakes. And if our topic is a collaboration of made in Ukraine wine in restaurants and hotels and so on, me as a human being who's been from 2016 to 21, we, with a partner, we had the wine bar like local project. These were the first wine bars in Ukraine that were promoting only Ukrainian wines. And our wine map was one of the first Ukrainian maps done only with Ukrainian products. And our mission was to identify, to find those little Ukrainian wineries nobody has ever heard about and discover them. That's why one of the problems that exists right now from the side of restaurators, even if restaurators would want to support Ukrainian wines, and if they want to put this in their wine cart, they have to indeed put their efforts together in order to find those Ukrainian wineries, because many Ukrainian newly created wineries, they are very young, and usually these are people who came from other businesses. If you take a look at those who has entered the market recently, well, in the past they used to deal with furniture, fish, hotels, anything else but wine. So the wine for them is a completely new business. And even from the point of view of marketing, unfortunately, they cannot sell themselves by now. Even if I want to put the wine into our wine card, your contacts is not that much to find, that easy to find. Well, if only I would want, it's not that easy to find. So it means that this is a separate work of restaurators and hotel owners or somebody who wants to have the wine cards of Ukrainian wines in their establishments. Among ourselves, we are joking that there is this problem of 15 wineries, that all in all, everyone who is selling Ukrainian wines in wine cards, that's approximately the same set of winemakers: Stachowski, Szabo, Yemoshika, Fathers, Hordetsky, and so on. There's 15 of them. But those interesting ones, there is much more of them. And this is job to find them and to discover them, to discover those faces. That's from the point of view of restaurators, what they have. Second one, Ukrainian wines. Okay, let us be honest. I've been selling Ukrainian wines for 6 years. Ukrainian wine, to sell Ukrainian wine is harder than Prosecco. While my waiter was selling one bottle of Ukrainian, an officiant in the neighboring establishment was selling 3 or 4 bottles of Prosecco. So in order to sell Ukrainian wine, you have to be in the vibe. You have to be the ambassador of this very topic. And thousands times per day to ask to answer the question, why does this bottle cost this one, and why does Ukrainian bottle cost even more expensive? Why should I buy, I don't know, Ukrainian wine from Hordetsky or Shaba instead of Kava or Prosecco? So another problem that is there in the establishment is to find those energized with this idea people who are ready to spend their emotional resource to sell Ukrainian wine. That's why there is many problems. Such problems as lack of marketing, lack of communication. Usually they're too small. Their business processes are, I would say, relatively new for them, or maybe this is a hobby for them and not the main hobby. And a lot of things have to do with that. But I think that by now to have Ukrainian wines in your winery map, it's not just must-have. It's just a clear and understandable thing that you cannot find even in anything more understandable. But you have to know that while starting to work with Ukrainian wine, you have to work. So that's something that you didn't put in your map Again, while Ukrainian wineries are trying to sell Ukrainian bottle of wine to restaurateurs, an importer who comes together with the refrigerators and other perks and everything else. So this industry, this business is relatively new that has been built. At the same time, this is a problem, and at the same time, it's a huge positive thing and possibilities, obviously, yes. Yeah, may I? Yeah, just a little bit about costs. Well, we have already raised this one at the spirits, and what is the cost of Ukrainian wine? Sometime is like 400 and 400. Okay, let us do it this way. When we talk about Ukrainian wine, we have to understand that on our market, there is so many huge wineries are operating on the market. They are there on the market for 20, 30 years in a row. And they are in that very segment. But usually, this is not that very product that restaurators want to put into their maps or menu. We want to have something small, authorized, authentic, with its own history that you can sell. The craft wines or those small wineries, indeed, by now they have grown in prices a lot. There are some kind of subjective and objective reasons and processes. And while talking about the prices of Ukrainian wine, indeed, today they are higher than medium and average ones. And again, if we dig much into details, truth be told, that this sparkling wine, we have recalled Shaba many times, it is high quality and really has the potential to have the competition. So the wines of the qualitative segment, Italian one, Spanish one, so all in all, that very price is adequate. But I tell you this always, that the winemaker on the level of marketing should do the approval of this very price. If some kind of man comes and said, hey, I have this very price, it is kind of average, a little bit more than average. However, I won these medals, and these medals. About me, this person has just wrote an article who is the highly regarded sommelier and so on. A recent story, those of you who do not follow Ukrainian wine, a couple of months ago, there is this man, James Suckling. So in the world of wine, he's like a god. He's in the top 5 most influencers in terms of wine. And he recently made a post on his page saying that, well, me and my team are testing different wines, Chateau Motorosha from 2014. Its price is 700 euros plus. And we are testing a bottle of Shabo, also from 2014. And he says, Ukrainian wine is no much, it doesn't look that bad. And here I understand that Shabo, for the same bottle of 2014, can put the price, well, very competitive. That is why these kind of cases of marketing that are approved and validated by the price, I think that this is okay. I don't think that Ukrainian wine should cost low because nobody owns anything to anybody. But me as a consumer, at the same time, I have to understand what I am paying for. That is why, again, what we told at the Spirit, I do not want to talk about why is it such a big price. Well, and they tell us, well, the state doesn't help us and we are small business. Well, state doesn't help me too, and I'm small too, but I want to buy Ukrainian wine. I want to know what I'm paying for. That is why I need to validate this very price. Okay, Eugenia, you said this very phrase that those of you who wants to track Ukrainian wine and keep up with Ukrainian wine, maybe you can tell the resource or a website about who one should read in order to keep track of what is going on in the sphere of Ukrainian wine industry. Well, you can follow me, Zhenya Eugenia Nikolaichuk. I'm trying to write a lot. Also, my colleague Sergei Klimov writes a lot. And if we are talking about Lviv, in Lviv, I think that it is quite a powerful operator who works with Ukrainian wines called Bad Boy. Bad Boy has a pretty big assortment, and they do a lot of events. And also in Lviv, they have this Bogdan Pavlyuk sommelier. He's an impeccable specialist who does good degustations. No, Bogdan Pavly. No, his name is Bogdan Pavly, but Bogdan Pavly is the winemaker. But Bogdan Pavlyuk is Lviv sommelier who works in the wine bar Dzvin. Talking about media, that's Twins Plus. It's about beverage technologies. I think that these are two most active ones. Our page, Wines of Ukraine, in Facebook and Instagram. At least we are writing about many things about events that we conduct. For example, next week, our stand Wines of Ukraine will be taking part in London Welfare, and then we are going to Yevino, that's Austrian exhibition. But every year they are hosting in other countries, and this year Austria is the host for this exhibition. And what else? Okay, is this Wines of Ukraine? Okay, Wines of Ukraine Instagram, 671 reader. Okay, open up your phones and subscribe, because you should be feeling shame, because even in our hall we have 100 people here. So please subscribe, because otherwise we will be talking for a long time if you don't subscribe, or at least subscribe to Facebook page. Next question, I think, will be quite a logical one to Mr. Oleksiy Voloshin. It's coincidences with the question I put to Eugene, but it is a little bit more deep, since besides Ukrainian vibe of hospitality, judging on your experience, besides the presence, because a hotel it has much more room and space and more possibilities to buy additional goods, about which Uliana Chromyak told, such as goods of local manufacturers, because there is place in hotel, and there are guests who come out of the hotel, wait for the bus, they can walk around, wait in the lobby. There is another moment at the same time. There are hotels who present regions. And in addition to all these questions, there is another one. To what extent do you think the hotel is capable of lobbying the idea and depict the idea of cuisine culture and the regional culture of Ukraine? Well, help you for that. Thank you for that. I will tell you with the words of a marketologist, because we are switching to this field. Approximately 13 years old, restaurants became the place number 3. There was home, work, then they have restaurants appearing, and then we started to move to go to McDonald's, then higher and higher. And for us, restaurants became, well, we do not attend restaurants. So, and there is a policy in the world that many little of people to go to the restaurants to eat. So we don't go to the restaurant because we are hungry. These kind of things are rare. Usually we go there to spend some time, to meet somebody, to receive some kind of emotions. And if we take a look at this tendency and look what will be there in the world in 5 or 7 years, well, competition then will be not about food. Food will still remain important. So if food will not be tasty and not interesting, most likely the restaurant will not be successful. But more and more often we are looking for, and the guests who go to our establishment, they are looking for emotions. Emotions is translated from Greece, and it equals energy, and energy equals emotions. So they are not similar, they are the same notion. That's a literal translation of one word into another language. And correspondingly, about the bottle of Ukrainian, on the example of Ukrainian bottle and the Prosecco bottle, there are 2 cases here. One should not compare these 2 products, because we allow, and due to the fact that we allow to compare them, this kind of things urge the discussions about, okay, let us compare Shabo and Prosecco. So when it is on our territory, we can design a scenario when, upon coming to us, a person didn't come to us to eat. He or she came to spend some time, to make some kind of good impression on somebody, or on the contrary, to receive some kind of impressions from himself. That is why Ukrainian Italians offer prosecco. Ukrainian winemakers offer storytelling. And on the level of fridges and backwashing money, well, the prosecco money, prosecco bottle, half of the prosecco is being spent by Italian state, because for them it's good to have working people on fields, not to leave small towns until the moment when they go to big cities and sit on social payments. So globally, in many European countries, winemakers is the dotational, supported by the budget thing, and doesn't have any taxes and internal payments. So this is, as I say, this is the reason why Ukrainian wines are more expensive, because the program of their support exists, but we have still a long way to go. Our self cost of a bottle of wine is 700 hryvnias plus, depending on the year, but that's the self cost of Ukrainian wine. And we do, well, I would say, in a very economically favorable thing, because we look after each 1,000 hryvnias, because it's a business, not a hobby for us. And we sell it in our restaurants within approximately 2,000 hryvnias per bottle, and we sell a lot of them. So we came to the idea that we either have to grow and plant more grapes, since we are lacking of it, because even though per year we do from 10 to 15,000 bottles of wine, or to raise prices, because otherwise there will not be left anything. So by what kind of means can we sell a bottle for 2,000 hryvnias? Just a short example for you. For the first year, well, we have one sort of wine called Cabernet Cortis. It depends on sun very much, and there is not that much sun on Western Ukraine. So all in all, this is a little bit darker wine. So there is a whole cluster of people who love this kind of darker wine. And I was in a plane, and I read an article about one Croatian bread maker who did the wine and bread, and he had this garden at the very seashore, and he would sell a bottle that was lying on the bottom of the sea much more expensive. So he was doing the diving activity, turning the bottles around when they were lying on the bottom. And as you know, there is a big lake, and we have been testing the temperature on the very deepest point, 6 meters on the very bottom, and we understood that it's approximately 10 to 12 degrees and doesn't change during the year. And the 300 or 400 wine bottles that we had remaining, because this is a very specific wine, not everyone loves it, we put them on the very bottom of this lake, and we have been holding them at the very bottom of the lake. We attached two red balls to them, and those people who would walk around this lake would ask each member of our team, like, are you fishing here? And we learned, and we told no, it's not about fish, it's about keeping wine here. The reason why, because temperature here is perfect, there is no sun, because it is 6 meter deep, and there is no sound vibration. And in a year when we took this wine out from the bottom, dirty one, we sold it not for $100 but for $300, because each of the bottle was numerized, and 70. So people bought these bottles just as a present for somebody. Yeah, that's just such a life hack. And coming back to your question, well, I will just tell, because you have a little bit different case. People come to you to your location and buy what has been produced at your location. I've been working for half a year in Portugal, in a tourism at one Portuguese winery, and that's another vibe. When you have just done a degustation, everyone is this kind of spectacular view, and we would sell a bottle for 1,000 euros. They also had this kind of storytelling, and marketing and storytelling in this case work a little bit different. When you come to a location, you are trapped by all this atmosphere, and this all works differently when you sit in a Kiev in a restaurant out of a context and do not see a human being with his or her eyes sparkling, the one who was doing this wine. And yeah, I agree with that, but my message is that from the perspective of 5 years or even more, but 100% in 5 years we will be going to different restaurants, and the restaurants will be working in a completely other way. And the average time of our guests spending in the restaurant, well, right now we're trying to speed up time spent at a table. So to reach this number up to three rotations per evening. So they started to take out of the plugs from the walls. The last thing we want is for people to sit at the table and plugging in their laptops. And as a rule, as we talk about restaurants of the middle class and higher, people do not go there for food. They are going there for emotions. Emotion does not have any cost. It is priceless. That is why in 5 years, I'm giving you the guarantee. You will recall my words. You will come to it. If right now we are sitting behind this table and in 15 minutes they bring us food after the order has been put, sometimes even faster. So in 5 years, we will be waiting for an hour. If we come there for for the lunch, so we go there to spend time. And if right now sommelier is not as a seller but as a friend, communicator, and an interesting conversationalist, and sometimes sommelier is standing near the table talking for 30 minutes with the guests without abandoning them. Other guests are waiting for him. We need second sommelier, third sommelier. So it means that in between barman or waiter and sommelier, there will be another position like a hostess, something in the middle, who will be telling this storytelling, selling it, and creating this competition ability. That is why while selling, in addition to your words, Eugene, I add up to everything that you said, patriotic way of thinking, not only about food. You know how many manufacturers of socks are there in Ukraine? Do you know? Do you know? Do you know how many? No, not even two. More than 1,000 manufacturers who produce socks. Sometimes partially on Ukrainian cloth, partially they buy it from outside. But the income is 5-7% from everything sold in Ukraine. Sorry for, well, perhaps only 5% of people who sit here, you know, in what country your socks are made. Even though while buying them on the shelves of Ashan, you can definitely see the code 482 that is equal everywhere. So we are lacking this patriotic way of thinking. That is why we have it. I'm about society, not about us. That is why what we are about to do this in our restaurants. We are launching the cashback system, not a primitive one, but more complicated, and we will have marked positions in menus that will 100% done with Ukrainian ingredients. There is no even olive oil because it's not Ukrainian cuisine or thing by now. And correspondingly, on this very position, they will be marked that they are completely made out of Ukrainian ingredients. And based on this, the guests will receive, ordering this, the guests will receive some kind of perks above, like a cherry on top. And that's like this is.
Please excuse me. I want to comment on wine. I'm ethnograph and historicist. I'm learning Ukrainian culture in Ukrainian weddings. How do people make horilka cold? We often put it into bucket, or we put water from well, or with a bucket we put it into well. So everything it is possible to find everywhere. It is easy to find storytelling even at your home. If you can, would you please speak very briefly about cuisine variety, and then we will move to working with the cuisine inheritance. We talked about that before the panel discussion. Just recently, I get to know director of European Union on sustainable tourism, and it has for first protecting the rights of workers so that workers would have a worthy second ecology. Third, it's about I don't remember what it's third, and the fourth is about the rules for the one who purchases, and there are 40 principles, and they were based on the rules of regional consumerism. So it all depends on what kind of products we purchase, whether we buy tomatoes from Dnipro or we buy from Turkey. So the one who purchases these tomatoes has no right to make its own decision, but has to follow certain rules. So returning to your comments, hotels are representatives of local services and also cuisine, and but we should work according to the strategy that we have chosen, and also it depends on the place where guests came from and what they want. And now, logically, we turn into the final question. It's about cuisine. It's a question to Mariana Duscher. I apologize for making not the right stress on this, pronouncing this name. We may call her Steffa. My question is, why do we have to renew the ancient writings, and how renewal of ancient recipes will help us to develop tourism? How does it help the economy and develop culture development? That's what you're working on. Thank you, Elena. Maybe I will start from afar. Renewal of all. We work with cuisine inheritance. We are consumers of it. We are people who are building our business models. Why do we need to renew or return to the old recipes? Because as we work with inheritance, we have to respect the sources. It's my thought, when we talk about our inheritance, we have to understand how it was formed, in what circumstances it was formed, why why do we work with this one specifically, and we have to understand, so as we follow the path, a historical path of forming of this cuisine, we are able to renew this cuisine, Asian cuisine, in the way it was actually did. We have it kind of perverted very often. So we have to go back to the sources, and maybe we're talking about some ethnographics, maybe old cuisine or something. We have to work to the maximum. We have to get to the understanding how the product should look like, as we're talking about our traditional uniqueness of products. So when we really work with return to the past, when we do that exactly in the way as it was in the past, it can provide income. It gets its value, because if we just return to the way lady in the kitchen prepares food, she can do that not following exactly the rules of the past, maybe not keeping all the quality, maybe not really reproducing the recipe or tradition as it used to be, as the carriers of that tradition had it, not in sources. It gives an opportunity us to propose to tourists to have it as a competitive product. And talking about some geographical uniqueness, we are primarily talking about small businesses. Is the way to protect small businesses, because they are actually the movers and the producers. Good example is with the first two geographical, is about Hutsul, like cheese, and cow cheese, and Hutsul goat cheese. And based on these unique things, there is a path, a very unique path for tourists. So people get into a history of producing those products, and people come to understanding why the price is as it is. And in this, sometimes it is hard for us to understand why price for Ukrainian goods should be higher. Of course, it's economical patriotism. Even if we're talking about authentic recipes, we cannot even talk about authentic recipes without the local product. We have to return to what was made from generation to generation, and we have to be connected to the specific territory. And as we are talking about unique territorial uniqueness, that's the way in which we can monetize our inheritance. This is how we can show the consumer why this product is better than the one which doesn't have this quality sign, because we know that the producers, the people, they follow the process. Question which am not expect, nobody expects it from me. I thank to all speakers, and I want every one of you answer one question. All of us live in the time of war. We do our work, and with the absence of horizon, when we're not sure about the future, of course, it doesn't help us to develop our businesses. So I have a big question to each of the speakers. Please tell us, where do you get encouragement or energy to move forward, but say it in one word or maybe maximum in one sentence. I do it from people. I see people. I see people smiling, and that's it. Talking about restaurants, April the 1st, my restaurant, one of those was all in Ukrainian products, but also it's moved into Ukrainian alcohol. So it is possible to have a restaurants 100% without lemons, without oranges, and in 3 months in all stores of Ukraine you will see some of my food. It is called Ukrainian. So we will have products with entirely made of Ukrainian ingredients. I think you have wrote about it a month ago. When exactly will it show up? In all stores, you will see this in all the stores in 3 months. Now we are testing this, and if you remove olive oil, then nothing will change actually. We have exceptional people, and those people who live in our towns, they need to go into regions, they need to go to the villages. We're talking about bottles that cost 2,000 hryvnias, but we have to talk that our average people, not as wealthy, but they are very bright personalities, and they need help, so they would grow up to that level, and that's why get encouragement from people who do in their areas where they are. They do everything with their own hands. So go into the villages. Probably I will not be able to say it in one word. Excuse me, please, but I think you will understand what I'm talking about. I think that's the moment when we as researchers of Ukrainian cuisine start to see the purpose of our work. We see feedback from those for whom we do this work. And I think this is this push that gives us energy to move forward. We have to live for 1,000 years when everything is fine. We are motivated by guests and by their reviews. We see how often they come to visit with us. So we want to have friends who keep returning to you again and again. I thank you, and I'm finishing with Yevhen Chekalenko, who at the end of 19th century said that you have to love Ukraine to the depth of your own pocket. I think it's very current. If you have any questions, you can ask those questions after our meeting. And of course, you can subscribe to Pani Stefa, subscribe to Vines of Ukraine. It's too little. So subscribe. Applause, please. And traditional photo. And while there is a photo, I want to give you a lot of useful information. National Tourist Summit is being led as a part of the program called Youth for Business, renewal the competitiveness, and is being funded by European Union and the government by Germany, and it's being embodied by German company GSP. And that's not all yet. Tomorrow we have the second day of summit, and I want to orient you on what is about timing. All who are registered and have to be here at 9, please be here. Location is here. We will have coffee at 9:30. They will sign manifesto between Ukrainian Agency of Association of Business Operators of Ukraine. All of this will take place over here. Then at 10 in lobby, we hoteliers will travel from here in order to study the architectures on a barrier-free environment. It's about how to be hospitable to for those who have issues, those who registered. You have to stay then, and we will have workshop for OVA and OMS. It's about at 13 o'clock. That's the excursion of the city. Friends, you're great. You survived until this moment, to the end of the First War. Bravo. It's applause to you and applause to our speakers. And I invite Marina Lescu, who gave us this opportunity to gather here. Thank you very much to all of you who are here with us, to all the speakers. This panel really encourages me. I'm very inspired by this panel. I know personally many people who live with something and they do this. Sometimes they think, oh, it's so much ungrateful work, but then they see results of what they've been doing. And I think now during the time of war, it's much better noticeable. And also talking about this cuisine event that took place in Kiev, and we were talking about the kitchen of Ivan Malevich. We were talking about the cuisine of Juan Franco, and so we are talking about new reality. Of course, it's not talking about hospitality this time might not be really most popular, but we live by this, and it's really encouraged us. Whether we have money or we don't have money, we will keep on doing that, and I believe that eventually we will have its results, because one day we will open Ukraine as a new tourist destination. Maybe not in super fast, but it surely will happen, and we will recognize that all the efforts breaking into through the walls, it was not in vain, and everything will be Ukraine, everything will be tourism, and see you tomorrow.
Я скромно себе представлю на кінець уже форуму.
And by the end of forum,
Президент Комаров,
and my name is Yevhen Gomorov, the head of Loyals, and